траблы, как с начальством какой-то чувак, там его хотели уволить, уволили, он начал жаловаться, придумать какую-то хрень, начальство...
Ой, it's too much detail. Я сейчас лопнет голова.
Это все уже. Короче, в итоге он и пару его ребят, друзей, коллег, свалили с компании. И он с каким-то партнером своим начал...
Сделал свой SMM, понятно. Молодец. И теперь working hard. Да?
Теперь working, continuing to work hard. И что там, короче, пропадает. Так вы общались? Почему у него собака есть?
Да, когда?
Он ее так любит, что аж плакать хочется. А у него вот эта маленькая, которая охотничья, походу, вот эта вот сосисочка.
Буквально за декілька хвилин ми будемо.
We are about to begin in a couple of minutes.
Треба перевірити, колеги. Буквально декілька хвилин. Тарас вже з нами. Чи не могли би ви перевірити? Я не чую містера Купмана.
And I don't think either. Пойди скажи.
You hear me? Yes. Morning. Good morning, Mr. Koopman.
Morning.
Everything is fine. Що, ми, шановні колеги, доброго ранку. Чи вже скоро обід?
Morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you in this auditorium. I'm happy that you found the time to attend this interesting discussion. I hope you will find it both interesting and useful for those of you here, business representatives. The title of this panel discussion is How to Win in Global Market Competition. I could call it the Swiss panel. I'll tell you why later. Now, I would like to ask my technical staff to bring up one question on the screen. What really matters to Ukrainian businesses? It is public policy to protect the domestic producer, or through various protection mechanisms, or businesses should seek to increase their own competitiveness, or number three is government support, various preferences. I would like to kindly ask you to scan in this QR code, and then as you vote, we will monitor this dynamic and how your opinions change about what matters to businesses. Now, Ukraine has been a member of the WTO for over 10 years now, which has enabled Ukraine to integrate into the global economy, which is represented by countries that are members of the World Trade Organization, which is almost 100% of world trade. Almost all countries are members of the WTO alongside Ukraine. What we've seen over the past 5 years is explosive growth in Ukrainian exports, geographically and otherwise. What I find most remarkable is that new players that come on board are not necessarily large companies, but also small, medium-sized enterprises, not only our agriculture companies, but also our fashion designers. 4 Ukrainian designers staged their shows in New York only last week, and it is a great achievement. Now, we are going to speak about achieving competitiveness in global markets and what businesses should do to prepare themselves, and we're going to discuss this with Ukrainian businessmen, visionaries, and foreign guests. I'm most honored to introduce our panel of experts. Robert Koopman, Chief Economist and director of the Department of Economic Research and Statistics of the World Trade Organization. I don't really know as much about the WTO, but what I know is when you exit the highway towards Geneva, there is this big building, the offices of the WTO. So I'm actually envious. I'm jealous of you, Mr. Koopman.
And the Mont Blanc from your window. Is it true?
Yes, I have a very nice view of the lake.
Wonderful. So you can work and meditate at the same time there. Welcome.
I rarely get to look out the window, by the way, but it's nice that it's there.
Welcome to our panel. Then наступний speaker, Margaret.
The next speaker is Margaret Jenning, managing partner of Horizon Group, an expert in international competitiveness, world trade, and a speaker of the World Economic Forum at Davos. Also originally from Switzerland. I've never been invited to speak at an international forum in Davos, but I run the most beautiful marathon each year, the Jungfrau Marathon, which is in Switzerland, so I can only imagine what horizons are opening up from both Davos and Jungfrau. Margaret?
On the board here.
Thank you.
Welcome. Taras
Kachka, Vice Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Agriculture, Ukraine's trade representatives. Unlike myself, everyone seems to know Taras at the WTO. He was one of the people who was prominently involved in securing Ukraine's membership, and Taras, as part of this organization, has been really one of the champions of Ukrainian interests at the WTO. Welcome, Taras. Dmitro Linek, chair of the Council of Federations of Employers. What connects him with Switzerland is that he loves skiing and often goes to ski in Switzerland. I'm sure you have so many partners who are members of your federation with either offices in Switzerland or doing business with Switzerland. Happy to welcome you. And Gennady Chizhikov, president of the Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine, is the person who is always the first on my Facebook news feed. It's what was the marathon that you ran today? Tomorrow, yeah? Is it tomorrow you're going to do it, right? My 76th marathon, and you will ask me what connects Gennady with Switzerland. Next year, he's going to run the most beautiful marathon, Jungfrau, next year. So now you are in the limelight. So think hard before you answer. Okay, I'm happy to welcome you on this panel, dear colleagues. Please remember to cast your votes. We are about to begin our discussion, and this is the first question goes to Mr. Koopman. Mr. Koopman, can you please tell us the World Trade Organization? To the best of my knowledge, it is an organization. It's not one that dictates rules. This is a forum where each country could pursue a dialogue and look for opportunities to defend its economic interests. Is that the correct way of putting it?
That's correct. The WTO is a forum where members come together. They are able to express their national interests and try to negotiate on a common set of rules or understandings. Those rules help provide a stable, more certain environment for global trade so that firms have a much more stable platform in understanding what the rules will be when they trade. But that does not mean that members are absolutely locked into those rules. The idea is there's an agreement around them, a cooperative understanding. If members have a disagreement about whether or not one country's imposing those rules or not, there's a process to litigate that. And even if you lose that litigation, it doesn't mean you have to change your domestic policy, but it may mean that the country that's complaining about your policy gets to impose some sort of retaliatory measure to compensate for the lost sales or the lost commercial advantage. So it's a complex arrangement, but it does not remove sovereignty. I think that's a common mistake, that if you agree to something at the WTO, you've lost your sovereignty. You keep your sovereignty, but the idea is that there's this, as I said, a cooperative understanding that agreeing to these rules is in the best interest of everybody. And that reduces uncertainty, and uncertainty is really a bad thing for global business. So the more certain you are about what the rules will be, what the current conditions will be in your global exchange, it makes it much easier for firms to be able to engage competitively in the global economy.
Дякую дуже. Скажіть, будь ласка, які ви
What advice could you give to Ukraine as a nation? How to go about building dialogues within the framework of the WTO to be successful in defending its national interests? What would be your best advice to Ukraine?
The best advice is to make sure you come here and use the forum to exchange to present your interest and your views. But I also think one thing that many people don't realize is that it's often about negotiation and compromise. So it's often very firm, countries will come here and they'll want to get something, but if they want to get something, that usually means somebody else wants something. So how do you negotiate and reach agreement where you can exchange concessions to get a positive outcome for everybody? And I think that's something that many countries often lose sight of. It's like, we want it this way and we don't want to give on anything. But that's not what negotiation is typically about. Negotiation is about give and take and trying to find a way to reach something that you can all live with, that helps improve the business environment while also defending your interests. But that's that can be a very complex trade-off. I will say this, that to be competitive in the global economy, it's very hard to do that without engaging in trade and engaging in global value chains, global supply chains. Often imports help your companies be more competitive in the domestic market as well as in the export market. So, I think there is this mistaken belief that if you could do it on your own, you should. Often that means you won't be very competitive in the global market. So looking for those compromises that help you integrate globally generally has very positive impacts on your long-term growth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koopman. I fully agree with you. Тарасе, я б хотіла поставити тобі питання.
Taras, the next question goes to you. Do you find that Ukraine has largely exhausted all possible tools to put Ukraine's best foot forward in terms of representing its national interests at the WTO, but at the same time to represent Ukrainian businesses and their interests? Thank you for the question. So, one qualification, what it is we mean whenever we say or use the term representing Ukrainian interests abroad. The WTO is only one avenue. We are represented across a large multitude of various modalities, and in particular, as the Chamber of Commerce is creating business-to-business bilateral contacts, helping facilitate that kind of commercial diplomacy or sending trade missions to other countries. It is the ECA that is helpful, and this Dmitro is going to comment on the painstaking process of creating Ukraine's own ECA. I'm an optimist ex officio, actually, but when we speak about the World Trade Organization, Ukraine is only beginning to think about how to defend itself. Unfortunately, the traditions of Ukrainian diplomacy, not only trade diplomacy, is to hold the stance as neutral as possible. And now that Ukraine is suddenly beginning to express its position, it comes as a surprise to the WTO. When we were exceeding the WTO, we were taught how to do it. So the terms that Ukraine obtained was a good mirror. It's like, you know what, it's how the Spanish conquistadors, in fact, were paying to exchange gold for trinkets. And our terms were actually worse, because there was quite some deceit on the parts of the EU and the United States, because they blocked certain streams of negotiations as part of the Doha agenda. And we have been really quite vocally bring this to the table. Without a reform of the World Trade Organization, unless this trauma is remedied, we will not be able to actually preserve this important organization. And what we've seen is that the World Trade Organization as an organization, so we should bear in mind that it is there to provide a forum for member countries to hold negotiations. So it's actually the Secretariat which gathers a lot of top-notch intellectuals, and I appreciate the caliber of people working at the Secretariat, but the backbone of these organizations is our trade missions. And most countries keep their permanent missions. Ukraine is a rare example. We don't have a separate, dedicated WTO mission. We have one mission that covers all Geneva-based international institutions, and it has its own mark, leaves its own mark on our diplomatic work. But what is interesting now in global trade, in this particular segment, is that we are now experiencing a situation that actually reminds us of the 1980 situation before the Uruguay round. We remember when the Marrakesh agreements were signed to create the WTO, and everyone has this big handbook, legal text, and of the Marrakesh accords, and it's some 500 pages worth of, and we were taught that that is our Bible. It is sacred, and it is unchangeable, but it came as the product of much compromise and battles. And this is another example of intellectual deception. But what we've got to bear in mind, that is the advantage of developed nations, because they use those intellectual constructs to embed their own interests amid those pages and pages. Look, this is important. Now, what is going on now? There is a lot of discussion underway to discuss the future of trade. Yes, we are in favor of global rules of the game, but we want to see them balanced. We don't want another corrupted intellectual construct. That global rules are those that are most comfortable for developed nations, and everyone has to put up with that. We need more balance in those rules, but at the same time, we've got to learn to appreciate that even developed nations those big players increasingly emphasize that the art of bilateral negotiations are more important sometimes than global rules. It's what we've seen through their recent initiatives and how their administrations have been defending decisions that were not in line with WTO principles, but they're defending them all the same. We've got to learn to do that too. We still labor under this illusion that of those romantic principles of integration. We've got to cast them aside and fall back on good old pragmatism. And this is what we have actually done when we attended the recent summit of food systems, and the president actually raised that all discussions about sustainable development in agriculture should not be used as a cover, as a disguise for over-subsidizing agriculture at the national level. And we will continue defending the same position during the COP26 conference coming up in Glasgow. You said that we were taught to how to exceed the WTO back then. Maybe we should be taught to conduct negotiations more successfully for our voice to be heard. Okay, what happened then is now history, but I'm curious to find out what is going on now, what is being done to use the WTO, this powerful forum, to put our best foot forward in presenting and defending Ukraine's national interests. Now it's actually a lot of boring work now. Why boring? Yeah, let me expand on this. Why boring work? Now there's this big event being prepared. This is a biannual meeting of trade ministers, and that is the top governing body within the WTO. And the agenda and the documents will be discussed, topping the agenda of the WTO as an organization. Now, fishing subsidies, it's not one of the mainstream topics, admittedly, and just to limit this to a professional discussion among fishing experts, okay, this could work, but that is not the top item. One of the top items is whether we can contain the US and China and the EU within this general framework. And we are not there yet in terms of even beginning that discussion in earnest. Whether the question is whether we can conceivably put on the table a declaration that all WTO members will be happy to sign, and then think about how to regain trust in the WTO at the next phase. What is really we seem to have now strayed into a topic where businesses have the least involvement or participation from the EU or US or China. This is pure diplomacy in terms of who allies with whom, but that's skeleton on which tariff policy is based and protectionism is based. No, in practice, what's going on there is we know the safeguard measures as one instrument. And back in the 1980s, the safeguard measures would work like a nuclear weapon, but by virtue of the fact that a nation moves to impose those safeguard measures would have been considered as a big failure of the trading system as such. Now, the European Union, under its own legislation, has imposed safeguard measures on metals, having no basis to impose those. But then again, it's part of that WTO orthodoxy. But it was actually a sensible decision to defend their own national interests. We've decided to do the same. Then the EU goes, no, you may not do it, but let's do it reciprocally. You set aside those barriers and we will do the same. And it is out of that new global rules are born. It's when individual action is taken by individual countries, be it the EU or Ukraine or Moldova or Turkey. Now, we've got to bear in mind that our trade policy is not written in Geneva, in Brussels. It must be written in Kiev and must be firmly rooted in Ukraine's national interests. And the future of the WTO will very much depend on our negotiation directives. That I couldn't agree more. Thank you. Now I would like to move on to the most crucial item on this agenda. Well, businesses may not be represented at such organizations, the WTO, but businesses have a way of shaping the views of the ministries of trade and other ministries. Now, let's now discuss the important topic of expanding Ukrainian exports. Now, what is the Ministry of Economy now, and is there any kind of golden standard? What would be a roadmap necessary to be put in place to see an expansion of Ukrainian exports? We've been seeing consistently an expansion of Ukrainian exports year after year. And it's been going on for quite some years. Even back in 2020, when there was this overall decline, our nominal exports only contracted by 1%. And 65% of our exports are just a handful of items: metals, metal ores, grain, vegetable oil, and oil cake. And many are arguing this is a problem within Ukraine, that why sell commodities, why not convert them into higher value added products and derive more value? But Australia has a very similar export profile. When you have millions in commodities, it doesn't mean you are not producing anything else. And in commodities is an area where you do not see disruptive change. It's actually it's patient diplomacy. It is negotiations with Southeast Asia, for instance. Now we've learned to sell our grain direct to Indonesia, not to sell through Turkish traders who then add their own markup and sell the same grain on to Indonesia. But at the same time, we've been having to deal with phytosanitary barriers that need to be addressed, and we need to do quite some catching up, and the time which was lost. And you know what? Even entering into free trade areas is also painstaking, boring work. Now we have been at it for over 18 months with Indonesia. Now we've agreed that we need to commission research on both sides. And then in Egypt, it's like we strike a deal, and then it's kind of the activity subsides, and then we need to rekindle the fire again. So we look forward to a meeting of the bilateral commission to restart these negotiations again. In terms of what is going on in such markets as machine building, industrial markets. Now, we've got two huge challenges here. One is financing, and then Ukraine badly needs an ECA. Now, we are actually trading duty-free in industrial products, but it means that we have attractive commercial terms, because many countries are even prepared to extend interest-free financing to acquire our machine-building products, let alone impose any customs duties. Okay, sorry for talking so long, but on the other hand, industrial trade diplomacy takes time. And when you need a lot of technical discussions by engineers. Now, they want to see us in South America, in South Africa, So they not you yourself, but Ukrainian businesses are welcome there. Yeah, but I keep hearing from businesses that there is no policy from the Ministry of Economy. There is no assistance from the government to help Ukrainian businesses tap new markets and expand exports. In particular, most recently about its businesses reporting problems trying to access African markets. Thank you for this very detailed contribution, and I believe that you are truly committed to helping Ukrainian businesses establish a presence in foreign markets. Dmitro, I am convinced that if, a Ukrainian manufacturer, a successful producer in Ukraine with strong sales in Ukraine, then isn't it that company would be internationally competitive by definition if it is like a strong brand? And isn't it true that if you know how to win in your own country, then you will stand a very good chance of winning an international competition? Would you subscribe to this viewpoint? Look, in order to become an exporter, you certainly should do your trials in the domestic market and then try and make inroads into foreign markets. Now, the next question is the country one that has a policy promoting exports and exporters? And Ukraine, unfortunately, doesn't have one. Look, if we have any exporters here, has the local currency appreciation of 7% really helped? Because exporters now, they budgeted for the rate of exchange of 29 hryvnias for $1, and now it's appreciated 26, and it's all hitting hard their budgets, because they were making calculations to achieve a pretty slim margin, maybe 5%. Now, the appreciation has killed it completely. Now they will end up closing with -2. Look, I did not even want to raise the issue of Ukraine's ECA, but Taras raised it. 2 months on the 20th December, we'll be celebrating the 5th anniversary of the Ukrainian Export Expansion Act, which was, large-scale expansion of Ukrainian Exports Act. We're going to celebrate its 5th anniversary. Now, I paid a visit to the website of the Export Credit Agency, and there's 7 contracts there. And this is very vocal response of how helpful the government has been in promoting exports, in particular through the ECA. I respect you very much, Taras, but I beg to differ from some of your statements. You are, in fact, one of the few highly competent individuals who've stayed and continue working at the government. But the growth that we've seen in exports also has risks, because our export profile is deteriorating, as is the economic profile of this nation as a whole, because we're going to fall into this commodity pit. Now, it's good that we've grown by 25%, that we are benefiting from booming ore markets and corn markets, but gas prices were low. But what are we going to do now that this trend has reversed? Now, everyone knows about the TTF gas hub. Those consuming gas now, they are looking at this crazy dynamic, and they're frightened. This is going to deplete our competitiveness. Even to harvest grain to have it dried using gas dryers is going to kill our profitability. And because Ukraine is so energy intensive and gas claims a large chunk of prime cost, Now, we at the Federation of Employers are exploring this, how gas price dynamics are going to affect our results going forward. Now, initial findings. Now, we've been looking at industries where gas is 7% of the cost of production or higher, like chemicals. Yes, certainly in some chemical productions, it's gas is also one of the primary inputs, but it's glass making, but also in food industry, sugar production, dairy, and so on and so forth, covering a very broad range of industries. Now, what we've seen from this research, that we, as a country, now, come October, will lose our international competitiveness. And beginning in October, 60% of industries will become loss makers. And judging from TTF traded futures, 100% of companies will become loss makers. Why? Well, the expert perspective on this, there is this big myth that Ukraine trades under EU trading rules. In the EU, the average gas price is 400 to 500 euros, 300 in Turkey. Slovakia, Hungary, it's 350. Moldova, the price is 200. How can you expect an exporter to be competitive when energy is 3 to 5 times more expensive than the next country? Now, when we look at these projections, and they will actually materialize in official statistics in 6 months' time, and this is unavoidable. From the initial findings of our research that we've seen already, manufacturers freezing production. Why this disparity in the price of gas? Why this myth? It's because countries operate and buy gas under long-term contracts, 80% of that. It's actually the art of negotiations with a time lag. And some of that time lag is 6 months, 9 months. So if you cost your gas and it's only 20% of spot prices affecting this. If 80% of your gas price as in an input cost is locked in, then you can pretty much rely on your projections. Now, this water, I'm holding this bottle in my hand. The producer of this water, Dmitro Nikiforov, is the owner of this company, and I met him this morning at the forum. So what are you going to do? They are exporting their products to many countries, in particular to the Arab world. And when gas begins to play an increasing role in the cost of production, we are losing competitiveness as an economy. And what I can say, unless and until the country begins to favor producers and exporters, until and unless the country kind of stops playing the game of those big countries. It's good that the government, the Ministry of Economy, they seem to appreciate the challenge that unfortunately WTO rules are sometimes not working and actually being superseded by bilateral rules, but big economies often act like bandits, and we need to have a pride and decency, not to be pushed aside. We need to really use our elbows to defend our positions in international markets, and it's the safeguard measures imposed on metals is a good example. We've got to learn to defend our own national interests, and then this could enable us to increase our export potential, not only by expanding commodities, but also by expanding value-added products and new production that will create jobs. Okay, before we move on to discussing how to defend the interests of domestic Ukrainian producers in the national markets, the first question to be asked is how well they are protected in the home market, and what needs to happen, what needs to be done to improve competitiveness here in the home market. So the next question goes to you, Gennady. The Chamber of Commerce has quite a large number of rep offices all over the globe. I've read recently that by the end of the year, the Chamber of Commerce will have opened a rep office in Algeria, and there is also an export support division. And I know that you just returned from Dubai, and you've been very active promoting the chamber. So where is Ukrainian business losing when setting up exhibition stands or we're trying to promote its products internationally? What is lacking? What do you think is missing? And why are Ukrainian businesses losing? Well, thank you. I can give a very simple answer, but it's a complex one at the same time. Ukrainian businessmen are exporting very little. A very small number of companies out of their total number. We have some 2 to 3 million registered businesses. The total number of exporters is under 100,000. This is a very tiny part compared to our neighboring countries, because export is not something that is treated as part of our national identity. It is the tip of the iceberg. Unfortunately, our businesses do not speak foreign languages, by and large. There's only 1% of the population who can say they speak English fluently, and 50% they think they understand English. Now, our second largest trading partner is China, 15%. We have fewer than 10,000 people who know a word of Chinese. Now, why exports matter? Why I think that this is one of the biggest topics to discuss. Back in 1991, Ukraine had a GDP of $77 billion. Israel, okay, bear in mind that there is a difference in size. Israel was at 65 to 69. Singapore was at 45 billion. Now, as time's gone on, but what we've seen, Ukraine's GDP has grown by a little under 30% over this entire period, while Israel's has increased fivefold and Singapore's sixfold. Do they have oil? Do they have oil and mining? No, only exports. The national idea, the national identity, we sell everything. Look at South Korea. Back in the 50s and 60s, it had almost zero GDP. But now, they've inscribed it as part of the national idea. We will learn to sell and trade in everything. Now, we've learned to trade in grain. Yeah, we're still learning to trade in grain. Okay. Somebody who spent his entire career in industry, so he told me once, I bought 15,000 hectares of Ukrainian land, and he says, look, why face all this trouble, all this music to create those products, to win on Prozora and then sell. Look, in agriculture, when I've sown grain, it's already sold, it's pre-sold. So are you saying that we haven't learned to sell 100%? Absolutely. It's a very simple message. Export is simple. Yeah, it is. It may not be that simple, but we need to bring home to businesses that whatever they are producing is what I'm manufacturing potentially exportable. Yes, because the markets of Ukraine may be 40 million, but we need to think about the 500 million market of the EU, China 1.5 billion, and those should be our targets. Okay, on a more positive note, Taras mentioned already. Now, okay, grain, our bumper crop. Oh, if we sell over 100 million tons in grain, in vegetable oil, the value of that is how much? $35 billion. The scandal between France and Australia and the US over those submarines. It's 3 or 4 submarines, all in all. It is the same amount. 4 submarines versus the whole country working hard to sow and harvest, competing for the same value. Okay, maybe if you could supply some success stories. I remember you spoke about the case of Ukraine exporting snails. Now, what I love about Ukrainian businessmen, okay, when somebody's discovered something, so the first person who found out that it was quite easy to farm snails, we now have over 400 companies producing and selling snails, selling more those escargots more than any other country. Now, we like honey. Now we are 4th in the world in honey. Then we saw in the neighboring country, Poland, that they were very strong in berries. Now, Ukraine has so much. So it's actually just as in snails and escargots that we are going to be as strong in berries. Now, what we need to really understand and consolidate our efforts is that it's not only for businesses, that we need to all work as one team, that exports is something that we all want, and everyone should get behind this and help in any way they can. Just as Dmitro concluded, why we were losing? Because money is expensive, credit is not easily accessible. Yes, but I like the statement that only together we can win. According to the International Competitiveness Report of the World Economic Forum dated 2019, Ukraine is in 85th place out of 141. Poland ranks 37th. That global competitiveness index is made up of over 100 variables, grouped into 12 big measures. And one is competitiveness, company competitiveness, and there are other elements, domestic policy, protectionism. So now I would like to hand over to Margaret and ask her, what should a country do? How should they work together and consolidate efforts in helping Ukraine and each Ukrainian company to become an exporter and be successful as an exporter? How to improve Ukraine's ranking in global competitiveness? Margaret, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena. My translation was breaking up, so I hope I heard everything, and that's why I have to sit like this, because otherwise I'll lose the connection with the translator. Okay, so the question was, what can Ukraine do to strengthen, and how can we work together to...
Yes, how to work together for the government, for the business to be
Yes.
more competitive on the global markets.
So let me maybe take a step back, and I thought the discussion that I heard was very interesting, and I completely agree with Gennady's point that Ukraine really needs to look globally and outward. It has a fairly big national market, but it is not sufficient in order to be successful and to increase its GDP over the long term. At the same time, it has an industrial structure that is not necessarily, that needs to make a huge jump in order to be competitive at the international market and move out of the commodities exports as well, right? In order to move to manufacturing production, it is a significant step that needs to be taken in terms of the skills that are necessary. You mentioned English speaking, which is one, but it's also around sales skills, around market knowledge, around exploring markets, around business models. So there's a lot that needs to be done by the Ukrainian businesses and also by the supported potentially by the government in order to improve those skills. When I look at the global perspective, and a lot of our work is actually with some of the most advanced countries worldwide, and we advise them also on how to change and how to think more strategically about their international positioning as well. A lot of the work that we do right now is around this, and we do also look a lot at global megatrends and how they influence a country's positioning. So global megatrends are trends such as, the digitization of the global economy, technology trends, also the trends towards more sustainability, for example. So the trends that shape markets globally, changing consumer behaviors as well. And, I think this is something that I see when we look at how some of the most advanced countries react to this, for example, Singapore, and how they take on those global trends, how proactively they identify those global trends, and they identify opportunities in global markets based on the global trends. It is, there's a lot remains to be done also in Ukraine. And let me just give you an example. We recently worked with a South African company that was exporting. They actually wanted to do alcohol, right? They're producing alcohol from agave plants. Due to WTO rules, they were not able to sell it as tequila. The market collapsed. And within a very short period of time, they were able to change the production and produce agave syrup, because agave syrup is something that, due to the rising health consciousness of the global population, was very much in demand in European and US American markets. And they got fairly quickly investment. They identified this opportunity, and this step of identifying this opportunity is, I think, something that's very important. How do you identify this kind of opportunities? How do you recognize those opportunities? So in order to be able to do those, companies need to be equipped to constantly follow the markets and also the trends outside of their direct markets, right? The consumer behaviors in those markets as well. And this is a really important aspect that is, that really, in the very short term, can give you a huge advantage on global markets, right? And the same with how do you replicate the snails example, right? How do you make it more frequent? How do you take it to other industries as well, right? To other subsectors. So, and this is essentially the question, right? How do you identify this type of market opportunities? For this, you need to scan the markets constantly. And this can be a central role, right? This can be something that the government helps the businesses to do if the businesses don't have this access and they don't have this information about consumer trends. You need to be quite on the beat. So this is one aspect. The second aspect that I wanted to mention is, of course, manufacturing and commodities commodities exports are responsible for a lot of employment and are very important. But let's not forget services exports, because what has been growing very strongly in recent years and much faster than the manufacturing and the goods exports are the services exports. So this is where a lot of opportunities being created. So how can Ukrainian businesses leverage this trend of growing services exports? And many of those services exports are related to digital economies where Ukraine has the advantage of having a very educated labor force, right? A lot of services exports depend on a very educated labor force. There is a lot of this know-how and a lot of the skills here around software programming, for example, right? So how can those trends be leveraged more strongly? This is one question. I think the one piece from my perspective that is missing And this is from looking at innovation systems around the world and also startup systems around the world and what makes startups successful and able to scale is this intricate knowledge of business models and how business models are changing. Because this is what makes you really competitive on the global scale as well. Business models in recent years have changed significantly. Many of the business models that are working right now, that are really growing very fast right now, are digital business models that operate on very different parameters than the traditional business models. So knowledge of those business models is really key, and how to make them work is really key in order to be competitiveness in the services sector, which is really important as well. And maybe one last piece around the element of public-private collaboration, Elena, that you mentioned. I think there's a significant potential for strengthening the public-private collaboration around knowing where systemic change is happening, and let me explain this a little bit more. Many of the markets that are high-growth markets right now, globally, are around social impact, ESG-related topics, for example, right? Environmental, social, and governance factors. This is where a lot of the growth is happening right now. Green markets, green growth is a big topic as well. And this is, I think, where also public-private collaboration can play a huge role to better understand those markets, to better understand what's happening in those markets globally as well, and how Ukrainian businesses could benefit from those markets beyond just the commodity side of things, and really move into the more advanced and the more value-added exports in this space.
It's an interesting question to identify the global trends and opportunities for the country. And I have another questions to you. Нещодавно в Україні
Ukraine has recently adopted a new law on virtual assets. It has not come into effect, and it seeks to introduce cryptocurrencies. And in this context, well, I would like to ask you, there's quite a handful of countries who've introduced cryptocurrency regulation of some sort.
to use this opportunity for Ukraine to be the first, in the first 5 countries in the world who will work with the cryptocurrency. Yeah. And globally, what do you think? How the developing countries can win in this area?
Yes.
Especially knowing that the IT sector in Ukraine is very strong.
Yes, yes, and I think it's so. There's 2 elements to this cryptocurrency debate. I think one thing that strikes me, we've been hearing a lot about gas prices and energy prices, and we should not forget that mining cryptocurrency is very energy intensive, right? So it will not fully do away with the dependence on energy prices. This is the first thing. The second element is, I think, betting purely on cryptocurrency may be tricky in the short term, because there is still. We still don't know where it's going to land exactly, right? There's a lot of governments coming into this space with digital currencies. There is a lot of talk about potential regulation of cryptocurrencies. So it is a bit of a risky bet, I think, in order to be betting on cryptocurrencies right now. But yes, there is definitely a potential in there. I think what's really interesting about the cryptocurrencies in the underlying technology, which is the blockchain, and definitely, knowledge and building up competencies around blockchain can be very interesting for Ukraine, because the blockchain technology, or distributed ledger technology, so even broader than blockchain, are going to be very important in many, many aspects of business life. A lot of contracts, supply chain contracts, for example, are being put on blockchain or on distributed ledger. So that's definitely a technology that's going to be, it could be potentially one of the general purpose technologies of the future. And there's a lot of potential for Ukraine to position itself very early on in terms of distributed ledger technologies and being able to benefit from that trend.
Especially taking into account that Ukraine is not only the agri country, it's also the very huge and a very strong IT country in the world.
That's true.
Містер Купан, як ви вважаєте, can you hear me?
Mr. Koopman, can you hear me? Can you? How do you find your 3 recommendations? What businesses and the government should do to improve competitiveness dramatically in foreign markets? 3 recommendations.
Focus on ensuring you have the appropriate infrastructure, which is both physical and software related, in other words, rules and institutions, so that your firms can compete globally. Think about enhancing in that software the digital aspect, not necessarily cryptocurrency. I think Margareta correctly identified that could be a very risky area, but the government could leapfrog and create a much more digital trading environment that would lower the costs of engaging in global trade. I heard earlier that there were concerns about the small number of firms in Ukraine engaging in exporting. That's not unusual, by the way. That's very typical. Globally, it's usually a small number of firms that export. But one way to allow smaller firms to export is to reduce the costs involved with engaging in those global markets and looking at how digital technologies can reduce the paperwork, enhance the transparency of the regulations and things like that could very well help encourage more firms to export. Another thing I have to say, the kind of discussion I heard from the private sector on this panel is a discussion I hear in just about every interaction with the private sector in every country. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of the concerns that I've heard are not unique to Ukraine. I did hear that there's been a big growth in exports, which I find very interesting, that there are challenges around bilateral negotiations. Let me remind you that 75 to 80% of global trade occurs on WTO terms in terms of tariffs. 75 to 80%. That may be surprising to people. But there is still, beyond tariffs, these trade costs, whether it's the ability to move goods out of ports, the ability to do the paperwork, thinking about how you enhance your domestic transportation and software environment to enhance competitiveness is critical, and there's a very important digital aspect to that. Then Margareta mentioned this, and I was thinking about it. You have to know what the foreign countries want for demand. Tapping into foreign demand allows your firms to have a market that's bigger than the domestic market. But you have to know what the foreign demand, what the attributes of either the firms or the consumers want. And Margareta, I think, appropriately indicated, you have to have that understanding. And you can discover great markets like snails and escargot, that's wonderful. But you have to have that outward orientation and that willingness to learn about what do foreign markets need, what do they want, where are they growing fast, and how can I adapt my domestic production to do that. Finally, that implies thinking more about your offensive interests than your defensive interests. And frankly, on the panel, I heard a lot about defensive interests. And I think you need to be thinking more about where does Ukraine see opportunities. They'll face challenges in trying to pursue those opportunities, but too many countries are focused on their defensive interests, trying to protect the domestic market and not thinking about where are their opportunities in those fast-growing foreign markets that countries like Israel and Singapore focus very much on. They very much want to know where is their fast growth, how can they tap into that. And I think it means changing your mindset from being so inwardly focused to being more outwardly focused. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Я погоджуюсь з тим, що
I quite agree that there are two policies, an offensive one and a defensive one. Either you are defending your own interests, you're looking for ways to defend your own interests, or else you change your sort of mindset and you look outward. Now that we spoken about escargots, okay, let's be fair. The escargot market is 400 to 500 tons. That is, last season about 200 tons had to be dumped. Some 30-40 tons was exported out of Ukraine. So it's a big myth. So, my dear friends, when you are using this myth, it's good. It's good. We have now the Escargot Association, which is a member of my federation. They are now making a huge loss. So let's not prop up those myths. So it's okay. Yeah, but it was a kind of just to give it a positive spin. There may be ups and downs, successes and failures, and but look, how a Ukrainian exporter lives in terms of logistics. Now, we produce products that are competitive in EU markets. Now, the next challenge is to make arrangements to supply that product. The next question that comes up is the issue of licenses and permits. And many exporters know what it takes to deliver to Poland, to Hungary. Now, in the autumn, it's going to be very crazy during the autumn period, because you have a contract, you have a product that the buyer is expecting. Often your product is part of their technology, it's an input for them. And we are constrained because there are barriers standing in the way, preventing us from delivering. And this is our reality for many exporters. I know your pain. I know that we have so much homework to do. Taras, I would like to go back to our vote. I think that it will actually show what really matters to businesses. Now, the most important thing is, number one, is public policy protecting the domestic producer. Now, Dmitro and his statements and messages, and then Friedrich List has been translated into Ukrainian. So, on a policy level, it is all very correct, the positions of producers in the domestic market. So now, if we were to kind of identify a positive versus negative space in this, now, I quite agree that, well, indeed, 80% of Ukrainian success in exports is that Ukraine is a member of the WTO. We might not have exceeded on the best of terms, but that it has boosted exports is a given. The biggest problem is where we are fighting over access to high value added territory. But that fight, high value, that is where issues come up. Is it licensing? Yes, I'm coming on to this. Now, I can speak to licenses 2 years now, because once I spoke about it, the Polish ambassador wrote a note of protest. But I still continue to believe that what Poland is doing in licensing policy, it's one example, is that when reluctance, it's to admit Ukraine as a direct counterparty, and just to encourage Ukraine to continue trading through Polish intermediaries in this case. And that is just one example among many. The same applies to our state of negotiations with Turkey. In terms of what we have achieved under the WTO with Turkey, it's a big plus. But in critical, most coveted products, it's where we've experienced most of the problems. Now, it's very hard to speak about trade on the general level. Okay, why has the hryvnia been appreciating? Okay, it's actually and indirect consequences of increasing exports, because as exports grow, more foreign exchange comes into the country, and the value of the national currency increases. Okay, it's good to be optimistic, but well, but it's not so good at the same time, and the same applies to being too pessimistic. Why I qualified the statement that we've learned to sell grain. Now, we rank second globally by value derived from grain trade. But this is just an effect of scale. But in terms of prices, Ukraine's grain is the cheapest globally, and we are accustomed to selling the cheapest grain. And if we are selling free on board, we are not even exporting. It is a foreign company that is picking up product from Ukraine. But going further downstream is what actually Gennady spoke about. That's where is the most value is to be derived. Those are growing pains. So a skeptical discussion is necessary, but it is always about growth. But yes, but we need to keep you. Actually, we don't want you to relax. We want you to keep fighting. So when we speak about growing pains, and it's now it's not. We need to learn not just to sell, but to sell online, and we're talking about digitization, and we are still learning to sell our wheat. So we keep facing more and more challenges, but we need to pick up pace, and companies together with the government to promote export potential and competitiveness of this country will definitely help us rise in global rankings. Now we only have a couple of minutes left. Victor of the this discussion club, I would like to praise Taras, and let me go back to Switzerland. That's where we started. So just 30 seconds. A bubble background. In 2010, we created the 2010-2030 economic growth strategy with 26 global challenges, and Ukraine could contribute to resolving two: food and clean water. So the word industry was not even there. There was a grant that was given by the EU. It was actually handled through the Ministry of Education. There were 5 industries: green and energy, tourism, agriculture, and two more. So the question is, we've started fighting neoliberals. That Ukraine is not the government is not a watchdog. So, and Maksuta, Panchenko, and Olinik, and so we've been able to persuade many people. I really enjoyed listening to Taras. That okay, we were not taught the right way of doing it, and that this evolution, the fact that it is going on within public administration, within the civil service, it is a very welcome sign. And it's good that there is growing appreciation of this. Now, the link to Switzerland, and I would like to thank you for your very proactive position in defending Ukraine's interests in anti-dumping. Now, Switzerland, our Ukrainian railways now announced it at tender bid, 31 billion hryvnias. Now, Krukov, the local rail car maker, is going to block traffic and in protest, and it's this whole. They are defending their own interests. Otherwise, so that's how is the ministry going to react to that? Maybe resign your office, but because there is a foreign maker that appears to be is going to be preferred. Now, Belarus, that is nationally sanctioned, but it wins tender bids, which in Ukraine allows them to do it, and selling their machines. The Belarusian government is really very strongly supportive of its exports, and it's and our legislation that the Federation is promoting a localization act. Has not been adopted, and such laws actually work in the US and other countries. I would like to thank Taras for fighting and for defending this. Taras. very briefly. Okay, it's a good consolidated position in public procurement. Public procurement. There is one thing that we need to understand, that our biggest enemy in public procurement, it's not that those Belarusians are winning, it's just because Ukrainian clients are willing to buy from them. And this is a big concern, because I've actually had to face it, that in many situations now, public procurement is something that promotes imports. They are ready to give up Ukraine's national interests, and if an importer is offering a price that's 2 cents lower, but all those that are buyers as part of public procurement, they are happy to rush and to that small economy. Now, when there was talk about banning exports from Russia, and big companies that under public procurement legislation, they were defending their right to continue buying from Russia. Now, wait a minute. So it is all... And the same applies to Ukrainian railways, the same applies to localization. It's a situation in which 90% of success is for a Ukrainian buyer to learn to appreciate that even under the law as it stands currently, without localization, they have the right to qualify their tender terms to restrict eligibility to Ukrainian producers. Now, okay, you got your compliment. Now you should have said thank you, and that's it, and be done with it. Now, and then, look, it's not. I'm not fishing for compliments here. Now, localization is different, another matter, something very important indeed. Because look, I've personally invested very strongly in changing the EU's position that they held about this law. We've come to realize that the issue is that initially, no, you don't have the right to seek localization. And the first battle to fight was to get them to admit that we did have that right. But look, the issue is that to fight to defend your own rights, and to even, okay, let me paraphrase it. Okay, poking somebody, your enemy, with a fork in their eye, sometimes, if it does the job, it's good. But if you're doing this out of aesthetic satisfaction, you shouldn't poke them unless you absolutely must, unless you have to do it. So, no, it's like if it is it's a very sort of bloodthirsty kind of analogy. Now, we should fight in a civilized manner to defend our right to localization when we realize that our biggest problem in public procurement is, because there are Belarusians, Kazakhs, and other countries, they are not admitting us to bid for contracts in their public procurement markets. Not even the EU. There is a civilized way in which to address this, to avoid any political pressures or any litigation or anything. So the sooner we adopt the localization bill, the better. Taras. So it's on the Prime Minister's table that there is a draft Cabinet Ministers resolution written by the Ministry of Economy, endorsed by the Ministry of Justice, that has been cleared by all government committees, something that I told the Prime Minister only yesterday. It is about a machine building experiment, is the title of the law. So when public procurement is contracted, non-pricing criteria should be preferred. We don't even need a law to address. The Prime Minister needs to put it on the agenda of the executive government, and then this will send a very strong signal to anyone buying under public procurement, whenever they are buying, whatever they are buying, to grant a big preference to domestic manufacturers. I'm not trying to take up too much of your time, but when somebody was creating this vote, you're stealing time from exporters. I don't see any point in this survey at all. What I'm talking about something very, very specific, and it is such resolutions that could potentially give a fresh impetus to promoting economic growth. It is GDP growth, and it's either 50,000 jobs will be created, or they will move to Switzerland, to Stettler, or Elstone, to France. It's really important to support Ukrainian producers, but we're not only talking about large businesses, we're talking about small, medium-sized businesses, and I know lots and lots of great projects very successful projects of Ukrainians succeeding in global markets without having to rely on any support from the government whatsoever, just because people love what they do. They know how to hold negotiations. They are prepared to take risks and present their interests and defend Ukraine's national interests in the best possible way. I would like to thank everyone who's taken part in this discussion. Yes, absolutely. Yours is the last question. Yes, I think I deserve the right to respond to that because you mentioned Vera Galasuk of the Ukrainian Association of the Club of Rome. Yes, indeed, we've published Frederick List's book, but I would like to respond to a statement by another speaker, Mr. Linek. I very deeply respect you for your work and for the Federation of Employers that indeed you are actually and genuinely defending the interests of Ukrainian manufacturers, not only Ukrainian, but only foreigners who've built their own manufacturing facilities here. This is not a compliment, this is just a statement of fact. Now, one more thing that I would like to say. Now, we seem to be having somebody just impose some sort of myth on us. Okay, as if there was this dichotomy, those bad protectionists wishing to defend the local market, and there are those goal dreamers who always need to look outward. There are immense opportunities out there. So, on a more practical note, speak to any Ukrainian manufacturer. Lviv has has Electron, the big manufacturing company with thousands of shareholders, and whenever they... So what is the question? So look, it's a remark. If I just 1 minute and I'll be done, if I may. Yeah, you actually overdrawn your time. I don't want these to turn into a series of monologues. I would like to have, because Taras mentioned me, so I'd like just let me follow through. So when Electron knocks on Poland's door to sell their products, the Poles go, good product, good price. Who's buying it in Ukraine? When in Kiev, in Kiev city, they're buying Polish trams. Other cities are buying used foreign trams, not buying brand new trams from Electron. How can you expect an importer to favor Ukrainian product? There is no dichotomy, there is no conflict between defending a domestic market and export expansion. What Alinik said is what's needed. A friendly policy for any manufacturing based in Ukraine and selling out of Ukraine, whether domestically or internationally. Now, it's something that you spoke about. Successful Ukrainian manufacturers, when they're successful in Ukraine, they are simply doomed to be internationally competitive. I would like to thank everyone for your useful input during this panel discussion, for sharing your views, for expressing your impressions and sharing your useful advice. Thank you. You all did a great job, and I would like to see our country and our manufacturers to develop and improve their export potential. Thank
you very much. Thank you very much, Margaret.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату ми Гого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудок, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. Епіцентр соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе. Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Це таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
потихоньку будем начинать.
We are now gathering to begin our panel discussion. I would like to begin by advertising the topic that we are about to discuss. It is a very topical and controversial topic, and as you will find, many of the questions will be asked have more than one answer. But what I would like to begin by sharing it's a story written by Charles Dickens about two towns, and there was this one phrase that describes the state of this world in the last 30 years. We knew better time. We've known better times. We've known worse times. We've lived in times of wisdom and in times of utter stupidity. We've witnessed complete faith and complete lack of faith. If we look at the global world, we've followed this path. We've had periods of great growth and depressions and pandemics and other shocks that have befallen us. Why? Is it because the whole system fails, or individuals fail, or the fundamental theories that we rely upon? It's a little weird. We are developing disruptive technologies now. We are putting people in orbit, most recently using private spacecraft. We are beginning to think about colonizing Mars. But we have not been particularly good at managing financial capital, and we are not particularly good at keeping this important balance, which is so crucial to the relationship between the state and the individual and our internal balance. We have a great panel of experts that I'm so looking forward to introducing to you. It is a great honor to have Henryka Boknish. She's not just an activist from Poland. She is an ex-minister of the Polish government, and she is the mother of 8,000 entrepreneurs, if I can put it this way. And yesterday we listened to her speech at one of the panels. Vladimir Popereshnyuk, I don't think I even need to introduce him, because the company that he has created, and it's celebrated its 20th anniversary this year, is indeed a role model in this market. That each and every one of you has used its service at least 10 times, and I hope you will continue using their services. I'm also happy to welcome Dmytro Kiselevsky, Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Committee for Economic Development. It's straight out of a parliamentary session, so we could have some fresh answers about economic. And Andrei Brodsky, CEO of Titan Era. It's not just a company that claims 2% in the global titanium market. It's a company that has developed a unique and pretty inexpensive technology for producing titanium, and he is the person who has invested very prominently in terms of promoting this industry globally. And I'm also very happy to welcome Mr. Johannes Schnitzer, somebody who knows so much about public procurement and government relations, as the chief legal counsel at McKinsey. The first question goes to everyone on the panel, and I don't think I will be taken in any negative way, that if we are going to speak about the pandemic and whether the role of the government has changed in the course of the ongoing pandemic. If it has, how? Over the past 2 years, the world has spent $24 trillion to save economies from collapsing into probably the worst depression that we've seen in years. We've seen unprecedented harmonization of policies among regulators across the world. We've seen a lot of turbulence and turmoil that have befallen individual countries, but the good news is that the global economy is recovering faster than we expected. Now we have a commodity super cycle that has led to very positive results and effects on businesses. How has this mixture been created? And are we seeing tectonic shifts in the role of the government in the economy?
I don't know, it's good afternoon. First I will start with a very personal comment, because I attended, the panel on investing in Ukraine. And yesterday, it was a privilege to listen to your Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Ministers. And we just shared this comment with Professor Kołotko, who used to be the Deputy Minister in the governments that were actually a few years after my government, that was the second Solidarity government. And I still have this kind of a déjà vu that you are exactly at the moment of Poland in 1991. And, with all young people and, prospects and opportunities and this drive towards Europe, this is fantastic. So keep the moment, work hard, because I'm absolutely sure that if you will go in this direction, you can achieve maybe even more than Poland. And going back to maybe the one comment, you don't have enough women. On the panels, only men. The government, only men. Ladies, do something with that, because it's necessary. But getting back to your question, I think that actually we can see, looking at the role of the governments during the pandemic, at first, this is obvious. Always, if there is a crisis, people, they are turning to, the power that can have an information. In this case, can offer vaccines. In this case, can offer money to support individuals, to support companies, to support the health system. And I think that, it was very easy to see that there were big differences among the countries. And again, the showcase of inequalities. Because if there was a country able to control the information, already, advance in digitalization, it was much easier. Imagine this catastrophe, in 10 years ago, when we didn't have that much access to technologies that allow us to introduce remote work, remote school. So, for some of the countries, I don't know how it looked like here in Ukraine, but we in Poland, we actually switched pretty quickly to, these new standards, and that's why the economy didn't pay very high price for that. But, 500 million kids in the world, they didn't have an access to internet. So what that means, there will be growing inequalities, right? So I think that that shows perfectly that we just have to do whatever it's possible to make our government, state, modern, advance in technologies, because in case of any issue, we can help each other. On the other hand, that showed perfectly that we have to be very careful, again with those technologies. Because, you know, in some of the countries, it was a perfect way to control the societies, to control the situation. And I think that one of the lessons that we have to learn from what happened during the pandemic is that actually our IT infrastructure, access to data, control of data, this is one probably of the biggest challenges for the future. So, I mean, to me, this is the most important lesson because you are one of the countries that I can imagine can be very advanced in IT technologies, having, I got this number, 250,000 IT people, right? So you can make this progress, but on the other hand, you have to be careful with implementation because there are positive and some negative sides of this.
Thanks, Hanneke. It's always people who coming here always say that you have so much freedom in comparison with us, so we hope that it will continue. Владимир, как вы смотрите на эту ситуацию, зная, что вы следите?
Volodymyr, what is your take on this situation? I know that you have done quite some research in economic theory in terms of how the role of the government has evolved in the current environment, and what is a sense of direction going forward. Now, you started off by describing our era. So we live in times of good knowledge of physics and IT, but a lot of people who have very little knowledge of economics. Let me speak about the role of the government. The role of the government has not changed in this pandemic-stricken environment. The role of the government is to slow down the economy. And it has always been the case. This is an economic law. It is not about any personalities. Those are distinct roles. The role of the entrepreneur is to promote economic growth. The role of the public official is to obstruct it. And if somebody is wearing both hats, they are promoting economic growth as an entrepreneur, but they are also slowing it down with their government hat on. So an entrepreneur is after profits, and they are doing a lot of work, and they are prepared to change behavior to derive more profits. But if they've derived their profit, it means that they've satisfied the client and they've made a rational use of resources available to them. It's basically when the entrepreneur takes a certain input and processes it and creates a product with higher value, and this is how they earn a profit, and this is how they support economic growth. Then the entrepreneur can spend this extra money, but they want to grow in the future. They begin investing. They then join other capitalists, and they begin to produce more goods and services. This is how the economy evolves. So entrepreneurs is the only force promoting genuinely economic growth. And what's in this way? Regulation, which is a function of government, and pandemic. Who decided to close down the shops and restaurants? It was the government who decided that. And now there are many supply chains that are being disrupted is because the government intervened to impose restrictions. Now, this is a man-made crisis that the government has created, and this is just an economic law. It's not about any personalities. And this analogy that the governments intervene and they coerce entrepreneurs into giving up a piece of their earnings. So, in taxes, but if taxes continue to be collected, certainly this diminishes the entrepreneurs' capabilities in terms of investing in their business, in labor productivity. Those are pretty objective laws of economics. When the government collects taxes, it spends some part of it to feed itself. Some part of it goes into obstructing entrepreneurs even further, even to a greater extent. And some part of it is spent to create public goods. Yes, we all consume public goods. They are building roads for us, they are providing us with education. But the issue is that the government does not pursue earnings. So a public official is not driven by making a profit. They are incapable of creating a public good that has value, attractive value for the consumer. They can't even do any basic costing whenever they're creating a product. So a priori, whatever the government is doing, is either nobody needs those products or it is too expensive. When you see a road and you're driving down this road, yes, it is a public good. But bear in mind, this road was built by decreasing economic potential is in other sectors. As Enrique Bastiat once said, we see the road, but we don't see the harm that that road inflicted on other industries. I'm not arguing against roads, but roads must be privatized. Private entrepreneurs should invest in building roads without reducing the economic potential of other industries, but contributing to the economy as a whole. And this could lead to reducing barriers and taxes, and we will see so much more in terms of economic growth. We're going to discuss this further. Inequalities and overheads that businesses are not prepared to meet, but the government still continues to support them. I respect libertarian views, but I will also beg to differ from those views. It was not a libertarian view, I was speaking about the economy.
Following, my previous comment, actually that kind of views, it was easier to hear in Poland in 1990. Today, probably, maybe Professor Balcerowicz, but even him would be, your point of view would be too aggressive.
Dmitry, со стороны...
Dmitry, from the other side of things, from the government side, how could you respond to this? Yes, let me begin by sharing some. The libertarian views represent the most harmful economic theory that could lead Ukraine to the worst poverty that we could even think of. We've seen for the first time the book by Friedrich List that he published in Ukrainian. So is one quote: "A nation who is used protectionism to increase through its industry and shipbuilding, they should give up those artificial scaffoldings and then sell everyone else on the value of free trade." This was the United Kingdom. So it's free markets. It's for those countries who wish to impose their own agenda. So if we argue for the state to leave the economy, we will not have many entrepreneurs. We are not choosing between the government playing an active role in the economy or no role at all. We are talking about the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian economy and the role of other countries who are defending their economic interests in our territory. This is what this debate should be about. Now, that's my reaction. Now, your question about the pandemic. It's actually just to pick up on some of the things that I already made. So I would like to make 2 points, that they were hiding behind certain mottos, and then now the pandemic has brought them into sharp relief. The coronavirus pandemic has forced countries to throw away their masks and come into the open. How they are, in fact, practicing protectionism. This used to be disguised in some way, but now they're not hiding anymore. So the sums committed in protectionist measures are measured by hundreds of millions, those by the US, by the European Union. So it's Biden, very liberal president. First week he signed an executive order to strengthen by the Buy American Act. And in order to protect American manufacturers. It's not very clear who they are defending them from. The European Green Deal is an example of top-notch protectionism being disguised by all those great green development goals, and it's basically the EU is fencing itself off while they're modernizing to become greener. No one else is welcome. So it's like they used to use various disguises, not anymore. Now their attitude to other countries has changed too. Now Poland is reducing the number of licenses to transit goods by road. You've seen those long queues. That is a free market. Poland goes, we don't want your trucks here to drive across our country. Order our own trucking companies. You want to deliver apples somewhere in Europe? Let them rot. Unless you wish to hire our own freight forwarders. Now, the EU ambassador, look, each time I keep reiterating this, the EU ambassador plainly stated in an interview that Ukraine should forget about a localization law. Look, now, localization is something that we will be addressing in due course. No, look, I will be done. I can talk for hours about localization. The British minister of colonial times, they could basically take this kind of liberty and make that statements, but a EU minister should not think it appropriate to make such a colonial statement to a third country. Now, another important thing, something that is also now come to the surface, the Ukrainian liberals always disappear whenever a crisis strikes. Okay. Now, whenever there's a crisis, where is the government? Where is public health care? Where are all public services? The most liberal people keep actually demanding that. 2014, when the war started, where is our machine building? Where is our own defense industry and our army? It is the duty of the government to provide all these things, and at the same time supporting competition in the domestic market and defending its Ukrainian manufacturers. But it is all actually leading to an economic contraction, is it not? Okay, my position that the government should provide a level playing field within the country for Ukrainian manufacturers to compete freely and grow freely, help with financing instruments to encourage them to tap new markets, to conquer new market space. And it's my position, yes. I suggest we put the full stop here, and then now we are still making introductions. We've just had two diametrically opposed views, but I would like to bring down the temperature of this. Once a Chinese philosopher, he once said the phrase that grass is green on both sides of the hedge. It is a fine balancing act, which is indeed difficult to achieve. But look, you being the CEO of such a large company, you have a lot of experience, in particular in following global trends. What can you say? Yes, I have something to share on this, and it's the grass is green, and okay, which side of the hedge, and that's okay. I'm going to come on to this, but I'm more in favor of Dmitri's ideology. Keynesian theory is still there, and it's still very popular. So, a flashback into history. This pandemic-driven crisis has been compared by many by its effect on the economy with World War II. Now, let's look at who won World War II and what they laid down to bring about their victory. It was the US military, the US defense industry that won this war, that enabled mass production, and they were supplying armaments not only for their own military, but also under the famous Land-Lease contracts. They were supplying the economies and armies of the Allied nations. Who was paying for all this, and why was it being done? It was being done, and it was being paid by public funding. It was the government. It was new money issuance, but it had strings attached. And as of the beginning of World War II, the United States had on little to no defense industry at all. They had a very small military, and if I recall correctly, Roosevelt, who was the deputy chair of Joint Chief of Staffs, his conclusion was that Germany could potentially, as of the start of World War II, 6 divisions of the German military would be enough to completely occupy the United States. So, going back to the current corona crisis, now, it's that the government has finally fulfilled its role. A lot of new money has been printed, a lot of cash has been injected into financial markets, but then they attached those strings. They want this money to go into infrastructure projects. We know that the US has adopted some $3 trillion. It's a program to encourage infrastructure investments. And the EU followed suit too. And something that Dmitry also raised, very handsome direct subsidies have been given to large companies to help them survive, but then again with strings attached. That certain goods will have to be produced, which has actually trapped an outbreak of inflation. So the government fulfilled its role. And this is what they did 70 years ago in the US and other developed countries. So we understand that the theory, it's all cyclical, and it doesn't really matter what causes the next crisis. History repeats itself. The spring is either getting compressed or it gets released.
The pandemic on the state role.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, maybe my first comment, I think what COVID is showing us that the private and public sector need to work together like never before. I think what we saw is that supply chains, global supply chains were breaking down. We didn't have any competition in the market. Governments needed to pay enormous and absurd sums for vaccinations or for masks. So I think what this crisis is really showing, private, public sector need to work together. As I said, like never before. I think this will be the key change. What is also, I think, very interesting is that obviously the COVID pandemic required governments to save thousands of lives and livelihoods. And the governments needed to invest and still need to invest billions of dollars or Europe. And at the same time, obviously governments are required to manage their spending effectively. So I think that the key challenge will be actually how to manage this, to invest in the market, to invest in key areas like healthcare, digitalization, and at the same time do this in an efficient way that the government, which I think we should never forget, is always using tax money. I'm in Austria, my income tax is 5.0. So what I would like to see that governments are spending this tax money obviously in a wise way, but at the same time, and I think maybe this is the opportunity, I think also the government needs to find maybe a different way of cooperation with the private sector, in particular when it comes to public procurement. We can talk about this later. There's this very interesting discussion going on about localization, which I think is also interesting because what typically, but let's say international public procurement regimes like the WTO government procurement agreement, and I had the pleasure to assist Ukraine to join this agreement a couple of years ago, and the UE trade agreement, association agreement they want fair competition, they want cross-border competition, and now I think we are now starting with this discussion of protectionism, which I think is maybe not the right one, but very happy to discuss this localization topic a bit later.
Следующий вопрос у меня будет к Владимиру.
The next question is to Volodymyr. And we have Grzegorz Kolotko in this audience, whom I hold in the highest esteem. And several years ago, we had a discussion about this. Out of what we are discussing today, getting the impression that the liberal economic model that we are so accustomed to is actually on the way out. Do you think that it is part of the new normal that is shaping up in front of our eyes? Because what we are witnessing now is a casino-type economy which has a very deep chasm between the real economy and the financial world, and as a response to this, we've seen increasing protectionism, increasing conservatism, and views that are different from those on which the liberal economic model relies. Yeah.
At the end, and would answer that. Actually, I don't think so that we are living in a, as you named that, casino economy. It seems to me that, we are just in the learning process, because somebody mentioned that the pandemic was like, the Second World War. But we know, it was completely different, right? So from every crisis, we are learning, and it's the same process right now. And I think that the financial crisis that we, survived, let's say, in 2008, that touched, just part of the economy. And with the pandemic is different, it touched everyone, every institution. So that's why this learning process has to be even, deeper and longer. And we see that in the countries which are supposed to be, an example of the small state, like the US mentioned here, or the UK, they are introducing measures that, it would be hard to imagine that they would be introduced, a few years ago. And on the other hand, we are looking for this, good relations between the private and, the state-owned sector. So it seems to me that, again, every country is different, and this is not that we have a receipt for, everyone. And we are looking for that kind of solutions, in Poland, in developed economies. So I think that this is, just the process that we just have to watch carefully, and actually not to go in extreme direction. That means, not towards protectionism, because that's very dangerous. And we know that globalization, which, we can escape from that, but maybe we went too far with that, right? And now we are looking for a kind of a, a middle of the road that can work for, most of us. So I think that, the most important is that we have to have different participants of this discussion. The worst what can happen is to give it, only to the people from the governments, the international institutions, every individual, and that's why it's so important to have that kind of institutional framework. And actually, in some of the countries, it's pretty strong, and we can have, the view of different, players. In some of the countries, so when we talk here about Ukraine, it's not just the government, right? You have, the central bank that should be independent. Maybe you don't have that well-organized, business community, but actually that's the role for them. So it seems to me that we are just looking for a new normal, and we will find a way. So I look at this maybe because, we had this extremely deep crisis in Poland, at the end of the 80s. We started with nothing, and with, ups and downs, but we are today, maybe this is not the best moment in our, history of transformation, but definitely we reach, the level of the standard of living, the building of institutions that we can say, it's at least, works for the democratic system.
Yes, for sure, but still world is usually going to extreme. The peak of fear or peak of risk, we are always ups and downs, and generally every 5, 7 years or 10 years we are witnessing the big crises which either do the protectionism or they do the free trade in the full range. So it's still not proper reaction, but let's live with this. Vladimir, с вашей стороны,
from your perspective, I would like to solicit your views in the following context. So there may be various roles that governments can play depending on whether it is a developed economy or a developing one. How to strike the right balance in terms of scale of government interventions, because when we are in the habit of blindly blueprinting other countries' experiences. So is that how it goes? Now, let me repeat my point. The laws of economics are immutable, irrespective of what is going on. The role of the entrepreneur, the role of the consumer, the role of the capitalist and of the government have stayed the same. In terms of intervention, depending on whether it is a developed or a developing economy, the word intervention indeed is very appropriate in this context. An intervention has the same effect, irrespective whether it is a rich economy or a poor one. So in a rich economy, it simply freezes wealth at the same level, and those people who've accumulated wealth from a free enterprise economy, and the poor stay the poor. So basically, any intervention causes economic growth to slow down. And that is the reason why there's been a lot of interventionism recently in wealthy nations, because they've built up a lot of capital over past 200 to 300 years. And now that's actually the effect is that the economy freezes. But now we still have a lot of catching up to do. What an advanced economy can afford to do is not something Ukraine can afford to do in terms of slowing down economic growth. Now, while we have been observing, in history, not as much in Western theories, but in Eastern theories, there were countries that opted for a free enterprise economy and they toggled back to the other extreme. Maybe there is no one single silver bullet who could do the job. Look, in physics, there is no one single silver bullet, but the laws of physics and mathematics are completely unassailable in terms of their being immutable. It's 2 by 4 equals 2 by 2 equals 4. Any economic miracle that the world's seen always began in a free enterprise economy environment, and then wealth was gradually built up, and then the government intervened to stop it. Now, 2 things that I would like to raise. Now, we've talked about government support, but whenever there's talk of government support, where is the government taking its money? So it's by taking money away from somebody else to help another person. Now, on the theme of protectionism is an erroneous mercantilist conception that was demolished 200 years ago. Whenever a nation wishes to impose barriers to prevent the inflow of cheap products from other countries, then it is actually harming itself. If a European country is defending itself from good quality, cheap products, it is creating a problem for itself. But if we retaliate by doing the same, our own consumers are having to pay the price. Now we have millions of entrepreneurs working in other countries to provide their goods to the Ukrainian consumer. And when we retaliate by mirroring the same kind of aggressive action, okay, they're withholding access to their market, we should withhold access to ours. But it is our consumer who picks up the tab on that eventually. What is the purpose of any economy? Is to meet the needs of the consumer. It's all of us. If we are protecting our consumership, we are protecting them against the option of buying a cheap, high-quality product. We are fighting the economy.
That all of us here, we are not only consumers, we are members of the society. We are responsible for many other aspects than just consumption. So sorry, but I don't want to be seen as a consumer, you know. It's much more than that.
Yeah. Henrika, I can partly support this, yes, because actually we should define the whole system in a complex, not seeing just one side, and saying that this one side is more important than the other side, yes. But in any case, one interesting question to you, Henrika, because you mentioned this exactly, and in my opinion, it's very important. What I see is that government expenditures are much more beneficial in those cases when the optimal framework of institutional basis is built. What's your top three advice how to build efficiently this institutional basis, which is because this is extremely important for Ukraine?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, the government is important, but this is not just, you know, the one player, right? I mean, we have to put this in the environment that, you know, other representatives of the society, they have, you know, a right to express their opinion and have an impact on the opinion. So first, I mean, what is extremely necessary, and actually this is what we are facing right now in Poland, you have to have, you know, good legal system. You know, because this is actually, if you are talking about the level playing field, this is what creates the level playing field. So in order to have a good legal system, you have to have an impact or different, you know, opinions on what actually is, you know, the final product. If it's only by the central bank, if it's only by, you know, the government, if it's only by the business community or by the farmers' organization, everyone has a, you know, an interest, right? So the question is there a place that we can share, you know, our opinions and find a compromise? It's very hard to achieve that, but for example, in Poland, and this is something that this is in the structure of the European Union, that we have so-called tripartite commission. That means the representative, you know, of employers, trade unions, and the government, you know. And I can tell you, it's time-consuming, it's very frustrating. Sometimes, I mean, there's no way that we can find a compromise. But it's worse to have that kind of institutions, you know. So, I mean, the more independent institutions do we have, you know, like representatives of the consumer organizations, why not? But again, you know, we just have to have a way of expressing opinions, sharing opinions, and finding a compromise. Otherwise, I am afraid that, you know, it will be always, you know, somebody who at this moment has more power and can push, you know, the system in a very specific direction, which actually doesn't work for other people. So, I mean, that for me, the institutional framework is absolutely necessary. We can see, I mean, what happened, you know, in the States, you know, during the presidency of Trump. But the fact that they had independent, you know, institutions, you know, even with that kind of president, they survived. You know, it was hard, but they survived. And it seems to me that this is what you have to concentrate on that. And you can learn from, you know, many experiences of different countries. Maybe Poland is not the best example, but, you know, again, look around and find out what works in your situation. Because again, I mean, the faster you come to that, there is, I mean, more safety in the solutions that you will be looking for. So that's why, I mean, you have to concentrate. And actually, I was doing this all the time, you know, the Congress of Women, you know, the Confederation of Employers, everything, it was, you know, done in this direction. Let's have good representation. And again, it's not that, you know, it's a rosy time that you can say, yes, we can have an impact. Sometimes it's a lot of frustration. But, I mean, the institutional framework, to me, it's absolutely, you know, a must.
Thanks. I think that reputation and trust to the institution, this is one of the core things which elaborate the whole framework and make
they have to be transparent. Yeah. They have to, you know, work according to rules which are accepted, you know, and then, sure, because if you have the business organization, then 2 people, I mean, 10 people in suits, selected themselves, and there's a president and 9 vice presidents, okay, and they claim that we are the representation of the business, and the government accepts that, then, I mean, this is definitely not a solution. You have to have representative organizations, and, you can do this. This is not, something that is impossible.
Thanks. Dmitry, короткий вопрос к вам.
A brief question to you, Dmitry. How do you see the current institutional framework that Ukraine has currently? How viable is it, or effective is it? How much trust does it enjoy? Can you describe the current situation? Let me begin by responding to some statements made that all developed countries actually started out as free enterprise economies. This is the biggest misconception that I've ever heard, if you excuse my French. That is utterly nonsensical. Let's go back in history and look at the United Kingdom and the US. And now, it's Friedrich List. Let me quote again from Friedrich List. But it's actually, this is just common sense. How he argued when discussing the invisible hand of the market, Adam Smith and David Ricardo, he said that if after World War II, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea and China, if they were listening and adopting those free enterprise economy theories, we would end up with 4 powerful rice makers, biggest rice producers in the world. We would not see those very advanced, highly technologically advanced players, because Japan, South Korea, China, Taiwan, they were not willing to listen. They were implementing protectionism to protect their own economies. They were promoting industrial production domestically. They were investing in processing industries. They did not have an independent central bank. The central bank was there to serve the needs of the economy. And who failed in this? Now, close by is the Philippines or Indonesia. Very good countries, highly corrupt, very poor, with lots of social problems, drug trafficking, what have you. Those actually adopted all those principles to create an independent central bank, non-intervention of the government. They ended up with what we know them now as what we know them. So, 2 examples, highly protectionist and government-driven countries now skyrocketing into global prominence, and those other countries, strong countries that are protecting their own interests and other in a more subservient role, serving the select few, the strong countries. And ours is the choice to make here, which to pursue. Now, basically, it's back to what was said here. It's actually, this rhetoric keeps coming from our partners. What the kind of competitive environment they want us to develop towards. Their markets will be open, ours, we must open up our own markets, and they will keep theirs closed. Okay, let's go back to institutions. So can you slightly slow down, because the interpreter might not be quite keeping up with you. Okay, point taken. Okay, institutions. We keep hearing from our Western partners that Ukraine needs a strongly distributed anti-corruption infrastructure. It's important to fight corruption. Hey, we have NABU, we have NCPA, an Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, an Anti-Corruption Committee in Parliament, and each ministry has a designated anti-corruption officer. It's a very strongly distributed and well-funded anti-corruption infrastructure. Look, when we start speaking about institutions to support industrial development, we go, no, this is oligarchs, it's against our advice coming from the West. Look, if to fight corruption we need all this infrastructure, but to promote our economy we don't need institutions. How come? Now, why in the EU there are lots of institutions promoting industrial development, economic development in the US, even in more of them. Look, if you read the history of economic development of South Korea, of Japan, it is industrial associations and institutions that actually propelled the initial economic growth. The government was actually acting as one big asset management company. So, in Japan, Nikki, you know this, it's the famous trade and industry ministry. Look, these things are important to share. 20,000 Japanese people. Okay, with digitization, maybe 3,000 would have sufficed. They were actually running each and every company. This is how they grew the industry initially and have been growing it since. Now, look, I think that it's really, we need to maybe add one more point to this discussion, that a balance is not always achieved that because of the success of developed countries with stronger regulatory regimes was not always based on access to resources. They also had to superimpose a knowledge layer that then gave this cumulative effect to propel economic growth. In some situations, when we looked at how those fluctuations evolved from peaks and troughs, from free enterprise to overregulation, then again to free enterprise. So this only exposes the market's inability to fully correct itself using entrepreneurship alone. And it's
you're one of the highest and biggest professional in the state procurement. And the total market of state procurement is huge. It's more than $9 trillion. And this is always the weak side of the many developing countries. Ukraine was in the quite successful path by creating the Prozora system and all other systems. But what's your experience and what's your advice? How to build up this more efficiently? And what's your experience out of world?
Perfect, thank you. Now, you're absolutely right. So the government is by far the biggest investor. So worldwide, I guess, almost 10 trillion euros, 10 trillion US dollars per year. And I think also in Ukraine, you spend around 13% of your GDP for public procurement. Which means if this is done in a smart way, actually the government can really be a driver to reimagine economy and the society. So that's something very important. What I'm seeing in other geographies and in other countries is that governments are moving away a little bit from seeing public procurement as a pure administrative function to really a strategic function. So governments are moving away a little bit, just using lowest price, for instance. They think about quality criteria. They think about life cycle costs, cost of ownership, which is also indirectly helping regional companies and local companies, because that's also very important. All those countries actually do have the similar legal framework, which is in the European Union, the EU Public Procurement Directives, and they're all members of the WTO Government Procurement Agreement. The same is true for Ukraine. But those other countries somehow also, I think, manage to use their public procurement systems to do both, to attract foreign investment and to support local industry. So I think sometimes maybe it's not only black and white, there's a lot of gray. It's not always easy, but it is possible to use this gray and to promote again foreign investment and domestic industry. Last thought, what I think is also really important, as I said, the government can really be a driver for the reimagination of societies. So if we talk about digitalization, if we talk about healthcare, if we talk about reskilling, upskilling of workforce, there will be millions of people who need to be upskilled during the last couple of years. This is exactly something the government can do, but what I said in the beginning, together with the private sector. So public procurement allows to have smart public procurement tenders. Everyone is afraid of public procurement, saying, oh my God, that's a formalistic monster, how to deal with this. It can be done in a smart way. There are procurement procedures which actually are encouraging the private sector to feed in, to jointly develop tender documents, to jointly actually define the best solution. But again, this is something which needs to be done together between the private and the public sector.
Thanks, Johannes. Учитывая, что я сегодня иногда себя чувствую как на...
Yes, I feel as though I'm hosting a talk show. I have a question to Andrei Brodsky. Well, actually, we have been seeing increasing amounts of populism, and some German professors using data science, they've done an analysis since 1985, and they've seen that each time that populist government's share has grown, it's always resulted in a crisis. Now, if we look back at a period prior to 2019, that their share was 6 to 8% among the G20 group of countries. At the start of the pandemic, its number rose to some 43% of the total. If you follow this trend, this share has always grown before a crisis. And in an interview, you said something really important, that okay, the economic foundation, if it is eroded, then that society rushes to tweak up the political construct above the base, the economic basis. Now, sometimes resulting or leading to dictatorships or radicalism. Okay, the economic basis, the economic foundation. What is important about it? Well, it's the economy itself. The economic basis, that is the basis, that is the foundation. And I would like to really to support Dmitri's words that yes, healthy protectionism. Indeed, the role of the government is important in promoting the nation, in improving the well-being of its population, of increasing the standard of living through investment. The government is the biggest investor, whether you like it or not. Any government. And it is investing through healthcare, it is investing through public procurement, it is investing directly by buying securities, and through many other means. But whenever the government begins to practice populism and only funding social outlays, it's only a matter of time when the entire economy crashes. Now, I would like to touch upon some of the things that the government should be doing and some of the things that it is actually doing while it shouldn't do those things. Now, very spectacular examples. The US is the biggest venture investor in the world. Now, if you look at DARPA, this is actually a government-funded company. So Silicon Valley was not created by those entrepreneurs. It was purposefully created with public investment. SpaceX, that we all know, the global leader in space industry, thrives because of government orders. The structure of government orders is so non-transparent, and pricing is so non-transparent. Yes, kudos to Elon Musk. Yes, but that is the reason why he is not considering IPOing the company. What is the source of this money? You will be... it's funny, actually, but that is a restricted, a conditioned money issue. But, well, the US has a lot of public debt, but the Federal Reserve System has full license to print more dollars. That is probably the only country that can print dollars. But the issue is that they only printing investable dollars. Why inflation's kept so low? Why they will continue moving forward? Because each time they issue new money, each dollar is accounted for and has strings attached to it. And it has an investability, an investment path. And this is one of the countries where entrepreneurship is probably the strongest, where free enterprise reigns supreme. And I would like to just go back to try and reconcile Dmitry and Volodymyr. A genuinely strong economy is an alloy between entrepreneurship and government incentives, in particular risk-based and anti-crisis incentives. So look, it's okay. When things are good, stay out. When things go bad, come in and help. Okay, and invest in areas that are needed in the industries that you want to grow, from the perspective of competent government managers. Question to you, Volodymyr. Unfortunately, one of the side effects, in particular, obstructing growth for an individual company is inequality. No, no, this is nonsensical. Inequality. Well, if you read Thomas Piketty, another Marxist socialist thinker, who wrote a whole theory about inequality, and I'm finding it difficult to wrap my brain around it. Okay. Equality exists by nature. Capitalism is actually helping reduce inequality, and the best cure is competition for the consumer. Protectionism is disrupting healthy competition within the country. If we're talking about inequality, there is inequality between the public official and the entrepreneur because they do not have equal rights. One has the right to impose taxes on the other. Look, I can't do things that a public official can do. I don't have that authority. It's a big myth that capitalism is the one that creates inequality. Capitalism creates wealth. Everything that we are surrounded by, what we are wearing, those cameras in front of us, it's all the product of capitalism. Capitalism is free enterprise. You know what? I'm even finding it hard to think about how to dispel this myth that capitalism creates inequality. This is a myth. Are you that convinced? Yes. But if a company enjoys a monopoly in the market, and the monopoly will never exist without government support. A monopoly is when you have one single player, and it's only can be government sponsored only. Like the government can decide that railways are monopolized, but in terms of return on investment, and your wealth is a function of output and growth of salaries, then there is no place for inequality. But in many situations, if you are earning super profits, it's not being distributed fairly. Look, if you want to create full equality, it's by making everyone poor. We've been down this road. When you do not bring everybody else up to the highest level, but you bring everyone down to the lowest level. So if you want full equality, everyone have the same wealth, then you should follow in the footsteps of certain African nations. No, maybe raise the lower boundary. No, look, this is a completely fictional, mythical discourse trying to stigmatize equal, unfettered relationships. If you want everyone to be of the same height, to chop off some of the heads, and then the Soviet Union had this equality, how to raise the lower boundary. Look, if you want equality, okay, let's go back to the Soviet Union, or North Korea for that matter. There everyone is equal, most people are equal there. Or you want to be another US, but even the US uses progressive taxation scales. Doesn't mean that it's a good thing. Look, a question that I would know: when was the first tax introduced, federal income tax introduced for the first time in the US? The United States was formed in 1776 and 1789, the country. In 1913 was the first year an income tax was introduced. Look, you're saying that the government created the United States. No, entrepreneurs created it. The very first tax was introduced for the first time as late as 1913. Okay, we are loving it when 10 companies control a certain market and people are paid very different money because those being paid more, they have more opportunity to claim a larger share of the market. Anyone who doesn't have access for some reason to this piece of the pie, they sink to the bottom. I had one phrase. If you are not lucky enough to born in a wealthy family, found one. Become the founder of a wealthy family. But the same applies, but if you do not own the system, you're not welcome there. Who owns the system? Public officials, entrepreneurs. You are surviving. You're living on a powder keg on any given day. If you think doing business is easy, that a wealthy person is just wealthy by nature, it is a big misconception. It's somebody think that wealth creates itself. No. But it's a catch-22 situation when it's you in principle, you can never break out of this vicious cycle. Why? Come on, guys. Look at Forbes. It keeps changing. Global Fortune 500 new entrepreneurs coming. So look, if I look at BlackRock and the share of the likes of BlackRock in the capital of those companies, the same companies. But look, I don't know who taught you to be such a socialist. But look, to try and fight inequality is try to fight human nature. It ends in a return of the Soviet Union.
Me at least 40 years younger, so it's wonderful.
Ну, как минимум, это, к сожалению...
Well, it's a minimum. What this is leading to in the modern world is that in these, we may be up for premature deindustrialization because, okay, many countries are simply, it's a lost case. They will never catch up with the US or China in terms of industrial development. We don't have much time left. We actually started late. Maybe 2-3 thoughts from each panelist to describe the optimal model for Ukraine. Henrika, we'll start from your end, if I may.
Careful, because again, I remember when we started our transformation and there were experts from the World Bank, the IMF, all those institutions coming and with their, ready solutions that actually completely didn't work in our environment. So, I mean that you have to find your way and fortunately, you can watch what happened in the countries of the former Soviet Union bloc. So it's much easier than it was for us when we started the process, and actually it was very hard to find any lessons. And definitely we went into this very liberal direction because that was the only dominating, solution. But now you know that actually we are living and you are living in a democratic country with the election, terms. And it's not just about making, business community happy. You have to think about other parts of the society, and you have to learn from our lessons. And we know that actually we moved very fast, and there were definitely parts of the society left. And then, they stopped the process. So it's not that easy. We like it or not. If you want to live in democracy, we have to take into account the interests of, other parts of the society. That's why, this institutional framework is so important. And again, I think that you are in the much easier position that we were in 1990 because you have to look what worked in Poland, what didn't work, we know what, and we can easily share that. What worked in Bulgaria, in Romania, in Slovenia, and knowing what's the structure of the economy, what's the structure of your society, you have to find, the best solution for you. Probably, again, it's not that you can write a scenario and then implement every part, because life is much richer than, that we can expect. But I'm pretty sure that you are absolutely right now on the right track to find your place in Europe.
Thanks. Vladimir?
If I had a time machine and if we traveled to the 1980s and if we showed our standard of living to those people, this conference center, our cars, and hundreds of thousands of businessmen, millions, they would go, what have you done to achieve this? Is it because such great people took over as your government? No, we simply allowed things. We allowed things to be owned by people. We allowed entrepreneurship. And the same people who were equal, because like my colleague wants to make everyone equal, we started seeing wealthy people and everything began to grow. I wanted just to look back. We are lucky that we can, in our thoughts, we can go back to where we came from and ask ourselves the question, what brought us here? Thank you. Yes, when I quoting from that author, so the U.S. the 1791, the U.S. must protect its industry to withstand competition from foreigners until they've grown their own industry. Alexander Hamilton said those words in 1790 in terms of the model that Ukraine needs. Now, yeah, it's 1791. He was behind measures to impose protectionism against British merchant ships by imposing. So we've got to accept that there is no free market economy. It's either Ukraine imposes its own agenda or other countries will come and impose their own. Now, this agenda is the formation of an export-driven industrial profile. And this is about encouraging deeper processing in Ukraine and exporting those products to other countries, and also encourage an environment in which Ukrainian producers can develop without too much risk from foreign competition. So all these machines and everything we have has been created by foreign-owned companies with support from their respective governments. It's like the path of a banana republic. So I'll be happy to drive a Skoda built by Eurocar in Western Ukraine. All these instruments are known. They've been around for centuries. Localization, we spoke about, industrial parks, exporting, commodity export, targeted government programs, and I, as a member of parliament, I'm supporting some of those initiatives, proposing them to parliament. Another area is to review international trade treaties and commitments that Ukraine's assumed completely blindly over the past several years. Now, it's something really controversial. The economic piece of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement is not favorable to Ukraine. Now we can plainly state that. We have the right to initiate a revision of this. So the GPA agreement under the WTO, we have opened up our public procurement, nothing in return. We just shoot ourselves in the leg. So no, look, So there's war in this country. This is an opportunity to use this as a carve-out of those international treaties, and we should pursue this path. And in order to meet these objectives, so it's like we've got to learn to become a capable government, to create industrial development institutions that will promote domestic manufacturing and production and promote exports, to protect our own domestic market. Thank you. Andrew, very briefly, look, as a company, we are working with maybe half of the whole world. And it's from this perspective, what I can say that Ukraine has very creative and talented entrepreneurs. Ukraine has a very competent, well, I'm comparing Ukraine with other countries, a very competent and skilled company management. I want our government to face our business community and our entrepreneurs and stop to see them as a cash cow, but they should see them as an important piece of economic growth and development. And I want them to begin to invest in new technology and promoting entrepreneurship. Those entrepreneurs that Volodymyr spoke about. Thank you. Johannes?
In the interest of time, I will be very, very brief and just focus on the public procurement angle. So what I would recommend is that obviously Ukraine, you need to build your own system. Every country is different, but look what other countries are doing. I would also really use public procurement as a strategic tool to invest in growth areas. And I would also build a system which is based on trust and a trust-based collaboration between the private and the public sector. I would use public procurement to promote domestic interest and industry, but at the same time be very careful that Ukraine is also integrated into the international supply chain.
Thanks. И в окончании.
And in closing, there's one point that I would like to raise. Yes, equality is probably unachievable, but at the same time, the topic that we have been discussing during this panel discussion will always be a controversial one because a balance is elusive. Because if you tilt it towards one side, then it's going to harm the interests of the other side. But you know what? Society is kind of moving from those peaks and troughs between light and darkness. And it's, if we look at one particular country and its path, it shapes the balance and the scale of involvement that the government should take. I would like to wish every one of you present here, where we are, our strength is there. So will always be some counteraction, either helping us or obstructing our progress. I would like to thank our colleagues for this very useful and interesting and heated discussion. I would like to thank the audience that I've seen the first time in 5 years. There was applause, there were lively, very really emotional reactions. Thank you for finding the time to attend this session. Thank you.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 2 десятки торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу. Та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
My dear audience, this is a unique panel discussion, not something that you accustomed to seeing at an economic forum. We have representatives from unrelated industries. We have representatives of the business community, science, and arts. And there is this multidisciplinary thing which is now trendy. And I would like to ask Igor Nikonov, and I would like to begin on a very high note, because we know that leaders have a passion, have passions. Bill Gates was passionate about technology. Mahatma Gandhi was passionate about human rights. Dr. Martin Luther King had a passion about equality. What is your passion? How would you formulate your personal mission if you have one? Well, I have many passions, and they've evolved over the years. But professionally, it's a commitment to promoting this country's development, to spur up competitors into raising their own bar, to have the same service available yesterday only to business class passengers, available to all economy passengers today. And the mission is to create symbols for this city, for Kiev. If the nation's capital unless it creates symbols, landmarks, or centers of gravity as a place where money can be made, it's actually leading by example. You've got to have somebody leading the pack. But if you're looking at our developers and the cool projects being developed, they themselves will become excited about this. But if we have like those hollow spaces in the city standing like this for years, it's very hard to... I forgot to introduce Igor Nikonov, the founder of Khan Development, the creator of the largest education network, A+, an economic expert, the winner of several major prizes in development, the father of 10 children. Igor, I'm giving you Igor Nikonov. And it's the same question, and I would like to pose this question to all speakers. And before I hand over to Ivaris Abramovičius, what I would like to say that I like the mission of Oprah Winfrey, TV host. She says, my mission is to be a teacher, to teach people to think that there's more to them than they think even themselves. What is your mission, Ivaris? Now, I think that our speakers are such great leaders, they may not need an introduction, but I would like to give some background about Ivaris Abramovičius. He currently is the chair of the board of UCGA, and he's also a member of the FinTech Lithuanian startup. And formerly, Ivaris was the CEO of Uka Abaronprom. Thank you. And in terms of mission, it's quite a coincidence maybe that I lived the first 17 years in my home country, and then the next 17 years I spent living in the Nordic countries, Sweden, Estonia, and now I've been living for the past 13 years here in Ukraine. I have 3 children, not 10, but my 3 kids. I was born here, but I'm still young, you know. That's not the end of it. So I will be actually sharing both and combining both perspectives. And many of us mentally, I matured during my time spent in Estonia and Sweden. So it is my mission to advertise the best things out of Ukraine to Western audiences and maybe dispel some of the myths that may be circulating about Ukraine. And the other side of my mission is to Westernize, to Scandinavianize, to Germanize Ukraine. There was a panel yesterday where people voted which way to move westwards or eastwards, try to drift between the two, and I was frustrated by the outcome. It's inconceivable how, in the modern world, after so many perils that Ukraine survived, there is any scope for thinking that we could potentially move eastwards. Look at Belarus, look at Russia. It is obvious, isn't it? We want to live in a country where you can breathe freely, and it's the Nordic countries that are leaders across the board in both economic and social development measures. So this is my modest contribution of bringing a piece of the Nordic countries here. So this is a new world to Scandinavianize Ukraine. Alexei Botvinov is a famous musician, pianist, who's played Bach's Goldberg variations more than 300 times, and he is now in the Guinness Book of Records. He's the founder of the Odessa-based Festival of Classical Music, Odessa Classics. What are your passions? Probably music. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be invited to speak at an economic forum, somebody representing the world of the arts and culture. It's a good sign, it's a great sign. Yes, my biggest mission is music, and I'm very, very happy person. I've done what I love since I was a little kid. But my mission has evolved. My first 40 years, it was a mission of innate improvement. I wanted to make myself a better pianist. Now, in the past 10 years, my mission's evolved, and it's how to make classical music trendy in this country, how to encourage businesses to pay more attention to this sector, and this attitudes are changing positively. I'm very happy about this, and there's a lot of potential that still lies unharnessed. And it's supposed to, not just to K24.com, an online pharmacy startup, best startup 2020, raising over $6 million in investment. So my mission, how it's evolved. Now, in terms of, let's look at what's going on in the world. And at the World Economic Forum at Davos, what we put from various global leaders and leaders of major corporations, is that what is now clearly imminent is a revolution of education with soft skills, communications, and emotional intelligence increasing their value, and an environmentally sustainable mindset. And what is at the forefront now is not a product, is not a process, it is the human. When we created Leaky24, we had the human, and human needs at the core of our business concept is to enable people to obtain access to medical drugs in an easier, more convenient and faster way. And our purpose was to create a service that people have endorsed and are recommending to others. But there are people who are clients, outside clients, there are people inside, within the organization. Maybe some 2 years ago, when I was asked what we were doing, and then I said something. We are creating a 5-dimensional marketplace. A marketplace is a platform that brings together, like Booking.com, brings together tourists with hotels. We have 5 dimensions: clients, pharmacies, medical doctors, and then we have 6 dimensions. The 6th dimension is one of the most important ones. It is a team. It is our talents who are doing this, who are making this happen. And those people who are making this happen, and this is when our understanding of this whole thing has begun to evolve. I'm passionate about creating teams like the one we've created and enable people to be part of this exciting change of helping millions meet their needs. That is what I found most inspirational. And our mission is as follows. This is a beautiful path to good change in a company of good people. So it is a path that needs a sense of direction, and it's a beautiful path, and in a company of good people. Thank you, Anton. It gives me pleasure to introduce one more guest, Yuri Gogotsa. Yuri came from the US to take part. He says, I'm a chemist at heart and a physicist by trade. He heads up a nanomaterials institute in the US, and he has a Hirsch quotability index 160. This is the level of Nobel laureates. So Yuri, we are really dying to find out what your mission is, what your passions are. Thank you, Jana. I'll begin by speaking about my passions. I develop new materials, nanomaterials. My passion is to create, to invent new materials. There's nothing compares to this when you're seeing for the first time something that's never seen before. Maybe when you close a big deal in business, that's, you feel the same sense of euphoria. But this world is developing. So it's how humanity's evolved. From the Bronze Age and Iron Age, now we'll live in a Silicon Age, in an age of technology. And we are now transforming the world. Now we can create composite materials made up of very small nanoparticles and create new materials. This is a passion. But we don't want to only stay within the bounds of academic research and write more publications. We are trying to address genuine needs of humanity with these materials. And we are also designing new methods of power generation and storage, supercondensers and accumulators. We're creating membranes for water purification and desalination. We're creating nanoparticles that can kill cancer cells. This morning I had a meeting with the Ukrainian leading researcher in this particular domain. So we are looking for applications in technology. Now, moving on to my mission. So it's actually, I could repeat the same words that Jana quoted from Oprah Winfrey. As a university professor, I believe that my mission is to teach my students to create a new generation of scientists. And I'm more proud of their successes than mine. When 10 years ago, my student, he was somebody who was my student, he's created a company and its market cap is $3 billion. I'm very proud. When my student awarded tenures at Princeton, best universities, China, Japan, this is what makes me proud. And I see my mission fulfilled in this. I can only accomplish so much as a scientist, but as the president of my institute and somebody working together with hundreds of individuals and organizations all over the world, but for Antarctica is to expand the bounds of knowledge and to teach other people to pursue my mission when I'm no longer able to do it myself. kudos to you, Yuri. It's the applause from this is the best fulfillment of your mission when your students, as the Chinese say, surpass their master, their teacher. Our discussion panel is a leader's secret weapon in the 21st century. We only have 1 hour and 5 great minds from different walks of life and different industries. Without further ado, we are going to rush into it. My question, it's a question to all speakers. What is your version? What do you think is a leader's secret weapon in the 21st century? Who wants to be the first to speak? No, speed matters. Now, I could give you a short answer, but I will then slightly expand on it. There are 3 important things that we have. It's time, and I spoke about speed, energy, and emotions. If we speak about leadership, we can look at leadership within an organization and within the company. So within the company, we have limited time to create a great product to meet the client's needs. And to do that, we need to build a strong team, to have a strong leader who is going to channel this energy, these emotions in creating the kind of product that will meet a genuine need. So the big question is where to draw this energy, where to draw those emotions, how to build on them. My personal experience, like what has been helpful is sports, athletic activities, good. This is something that helps you decompress and switch to something else, which enables you to channel your energy to very purposefully. And it's something that we've been analyzing that over the past several years, the best achievements have been attained during some competitions. And what sports do you do? Triathlon is what I do, but it's not that relevant. It's important to practice athletics, to experience physical strain that keeps you mobilized. Well, it's within the company. Everything is changing. The best results can be achieved through cooperation, not in competition as much. And I could use the example of our company, Leaky24.com, when we're working with chemists and we're helping them increase sales and get better terms from the vendors. And this is a classical win-win. Today's world is so much about win-win solutions. As a result, you don't have to compete with an offline retailer. You've got to learn to collaborate for the best outcome for both of you. And just to summarize, this kind of conscious leadership is that to try and find the right balance. And you've got to learn to feel really happy about what's going on right now in front of your eyes, but to enjoy doing it while you're doing it. And then everyone, it's contagious. It's going to be felt by everyone around you. Anton's version is the super weapon is sports. From my experience, I've interviewed Joshua Bell, the violin player. Many of you might have attended his concert. He's broken down all stereotypes about violin players. He said that his favorite sport was basketball. And before playing his violin, he always goes to a basketball court and throwing the ball. And this is what helps him concentrate. Now, the same question to you, Ivaras. Now, I love basketball too, and I was quite good at it at some point. But I think that if there is any secret weapon at all, I love succeeding together with my team. And I have been lucky to have built strong teams, both private companies and government institutions. So a good manager is a great moderator who hires people, as Steve Jobs put it, not to have him tell him what to do, but to have them tell him what to do. So it's the modern leader must focus on his or her team, on the individual team member, and then figure out what it is they want. Because each person is a personality. It's not any kind of herd or anything. It's every person is unique, and you've got to learn to know what they need. So what they need is autonomy, leaders a sense of purpose, that they're parts of some kind of bigger picture, that they're like, as in Igor's case, they want Kiev to become more beautiful, and they here changing Lviv and other parts of this country. People wish to be part of something great. And number 3 is fair remuneration. Nobody wants to do it for peanuts. If you can do it, if you can empower people, if you can give them autonomy while supporting them consistently and having their back, you're doomed to succeed. Okay, don't put your mic down. Ivaris, you worked in the public sector. Were you succeeding there in terms of in achieving the triangle and that? I was privileged enough to work in the government at a very important moment when there was this enthusiasm of people moving from the private sector to the government. It was easier to hire the likes of Yulia Kovalyev, Maxim Nefedov, and Alexei Goncharuk, and it wasn't such a big problem because they were themselves willing to join our ranks, and they were really very bright and talented individuals. You know a lot about them from their Facebook feeds, and how to manage those people, to tell them what to do would have been total nonsense. Then you hire a team of stars, and then you learn to work with them, and then ask them, what do we do next? And then there is this famous business guru, how to turn a good company into a great company. There is this concept of like analogy of a bus. Before departing on your journey, you first pick the right people to sit on your bus, and you kick out those you don't want along for the ride, and then you discuss where to go before the bus is even moving. Okay, thank you, Igor. So the secret weapon in my profession is to learn to anticipate market trends, to become the worst kind of user of your own services and criticize yourself and try and project what will be demanded in the future, and shouldn't focus or limit yourself to one function. You've got to sell the future. You've got to sell a certain new lifestyle, a certain attitude. The consumers should simply be allowed to enjoy using your product, and you've got to be bold enough to experiment, to create new value propositions in the market, because there's this popular stereotype: there is no demand for your product. You have to create a value proposition. Unless you have a value proposition, there is no point in conducting any research about demand. And as Ivaris actually pointed out, that people should feel that they're parts of something big, that they're creating something big, that their projects are cool, and then they are bound to succeed. But if they're creating something banal, then there is no enthusiasm about those. Our secret weapon is the ability to anticipate future market development, and it's really important to learn to recognize those trends early. Sometimes you set the trend. Being a trend setter is an even more elevated level. So the secret weapon is a little elusive intuition, the kind of gut feeling that is the trend to bet on. Or if you succeed in setting a new trend. How to develop your intuition, if there are ways to train it, it is through emotional intelligence. This term is in vogue. I would also call it cultural intelligence, is how to combine your cultural conceptions with the other side of things. One doesn't work without the other. So the secret weapon, if this conference were held in Zurich or Berlin, I would continue speaking about emotional intelligence. But here, I think we have the secret weapon that this country has yet to be embraced by our leaders. Classical music. It's a very stark contrast when you speak to business elites in Europe and here. The place that classical music occupies in their personal lives of those elites in the West is so much higher, so much more important. But the situation is improving. I keep advocating for classical music. I encourage people to listen to classical music. It's not that you will grow to love it, but it will open up in you so many unexplored traits of your intelligence and invariably lead to positive change in your life, in your business. This is a genuine Esperanto. I've played in 45 countries of the world. If one piece by Rachmaninoff, for instance, it's actually written in Christian Orthodox tradition, or Bach in a different tradition. When you're playing the same in Indonesia, in the US, in Thailand, you're getting the same reactions. Well, sometimes when you talk to people, it's hard to read their culture, but this music breaks through. It gets through to people, and it's kind of a universal planetary language. It's not to be underestimated. It should be embraced, and it's indeed will become a secret weapon. And I'm quite convinced. Thank you, Alexei, for setting the tone so high. It's universal Esperanto, being classical music, as a tool to develop intuition for business people, if I correctly encapsulated this. So I very much look forward, after this great gift from Alexei, I look forward to listen to the scientists. What is the secret weapon for a leader? And what's Mark Alexei, this secret weapon and art is an oxymoron in a way. So it's art is something. It's not about weapons. But thank you for this pass. In science, there is no progress without intuition. And I would subscribe to each and every word of Iveris's, because I use the same weapon for many years. But you might have heard about this already. And there is one more secret weapon that's always helped me over the years. Jana was actually made a mistake. She said I arrived from the US. No, I actually arrived from France. I'm on a sabbatical now. This is, that it is, sabbaticals are practiced by large universities or companies that allow people to tune out of their regular routine, just to think about the next step to take. And I think this really matters. I've changed course several times, and this opportunity of decompressing, maybe listening to classical music or anything that you like, and think about this will help you to stay out of this daily routine or stay trapped in something that is slowly dying, some kind of activity. I've worked with various materials. I've taken a sabbatical once every 6 years. We created the foundations for a supercondenser. It's like those lithium batteries on steroids. They take charge a lot faster and give it up. So it's a Skeleton Technologies was set up in Estonia. Now they have manufacturing capacity in Germany. Now they have created manufacturing facilities for those type of. My previous sabbatical, I started working on new materials, and I've continued working with those materials since. This opportunity to switch to something else, maybe within your domain, or writing a book to share experience, I think this is very critical. And those opportunities of switching from one area of focus to another, and it's been very helpful in my career to achieve my level and where I am now. Thank you. I think this is also very valuable, and businesses should adopt this practice of sabbaticals. And the next question, Ivaris, to you. You spoke about your old model for Ukraine is the Nordic countries, Scandinavian countries. So what is the pace of integration of Ukraine into progressive global community or environment, and how can politicians help catalyze or accelerate this pace? Well, it's actually very evident. So it's this pace of integration is not fast enough. I would want to see a faster pace. Some of the countries lying close to Ukraine, they are moving at a faster pace. And it's actually Ukraine is lagging behind. As Yuri spoke of Skeleton, my university friends, Skeleton is going to become a new unicorn, and it's an example. It's a small country, Estonia. They should have stopped growing years ago. Now they are now getting this multiplication effect, and they're helping one another. And they pulled one investment and then grow laterally into other areas of investment, and you showing people how to manage companies. There's something that's lacking here is this collaboration among entrepreneurs within the ecosystem. To speed up integration, we need two things: English and B, foreign direct investment. So who's following Fedory's vlog, he put up an ad learning English, and he stood on the chair, no English, no money. That's how he advertised it. So it's actually, now kids will have a very good command of English, but that's what's currently lacking for tighter integration. I arrived in Estonia in 1993 when I was 17, and I turned the box on, and all shows were in English with English subtitles. Now Netflix announced they would introduce Ukrainian. It didn't make me happy, because this is another opportunity being lost to learn the language by watching movies and shows in their original language. Now, as regards foreign direct investment, what's Thomas Fiala said, that it's only a fifth of what Poland has. My wife is from Donetsk. If we had more FDIs from the Nordic countries, from France, in the Donbass, in Crimea, if we had given up the pipeline to a consortium of foreign partners, we could have avoided all these perils, and the war, then integration would continue much faster if we started seeing more foreign investment from the West. We need the rule of law, and the rule of law. Three things that are necessary. Thank you, Ivaris, for a very practical response. Guys, just do it. Now, let's begin at the macro level and then go down to the macroeconomic level from the perspective of your business. Now, if you look at the Global Competitiveness Index, the top positions are held by countries with a highly innovative economy. What is the vector for the development sector that Ukraine should adopt for Ukraine to increase its place in the Global Competitiveness Index? And what are you doing at your level, at the level of your company, at Khan Development? rule of law matters, it is really important, but taxation is even more important. Because we need to learn to compete with our neighbors, with the countries around us, and I think that it is not sufficiently well understood by decision makers. Now, the development sector, a good developer is a creative one, and they create products that use a lot of innovations, and our company used a lot of innovations, and we have enabled our domestic producers to embrace those innovations, to improve those innovations, and we're helping with orders, with advice, and a lot of companies around us, those that they've actually developed into mature enterprises, and now many of them are exporting their products. So the level of development within our profession should be increased, and then your technological satellites, your vendors, will be developing too, and their development will enable us to compete internationally and sell to foreign markets. Yes, if I may, innovative economies have a large share of services as part of the economic profile. Now, to the best of my knowledge, Khan Development is a leader in innovations in the market in terms of promoting satellite companies and service companies, and all related services is something that you are also investing in. Yes, indeed. Speak how to really entice an investor. We shouldn't be selling square meters. We should sell an ambience. We shouldn't sell a house today. We are selling its use over the years. Okay, if you're building a house whose useful life is 50 years, residential space, then you need to sell 50 years worth of services. Now, it's everything. It's all in a smartphone. So everything is managed from your smartphone, and without that understanding, you have no future. Yes, we are selling services, and this is our next goal. Then our development, this is a trend. Now it's going to appeal to foreign investors, and they're coming from Asia, from the Arab world, from Israel, from the US, buying residential space here, both and commercial space too. Now we are discussing the economy. We have a representative of the world of culture. A very simple and complex question to you, Alexei. You named dozens of countries where you performed at the highest level. You met with politicians. How is the world of culture affecting the economy? Well, I think that from what I've seen, I've been traveling, touring the world for the past 25 years. This is an increasing impact. If we consider festivals, like a music festival, a classical music festival, over the past couple of decades, their weight in society has grown very dramatically. It's not only large cities, but smaller communities, sometimes villages, because they've invested in a festival, they've dramatically improved their visibility and profile, and their economies now. If this village, Verbier in Switzerland, who knew of Verbier 20 years ago? Okay, then you probably did. But now it's a brand, it's a global brand for music lovers. It's a festival, one of the top 5 or top 10 festivals. And I know that English tourists indeed have taken a liking to it. It's, if you want to rent a flat or a chalet, it's next to impossible because it's so popular. One of the tools that's made it happen is the festival. Well, it's been very heavily invested in, but it is not certainly return to its investment, but there are other things that are being invested in. Or Salzburg, for instance. This word is now symbolic of the best festival in the world, and the infrastructure of Salzburg itself and the region around it. It's all, you can't miss it, because it's all the roads lead to that festival, and it's only 50 years old, and it's they're not philanthropists in the local municipality. They did this with a very immediate and direct economic benefit in mind, and it's grown over the years. And from what I've seen over the past 10-15 years, lots of new festivals have popped up, a lot of investment has been committed to those festivals, and it's had a very positive and immediate impact. So I'm only talking about this particular sector, classical music festivals, but there are festivals of arts. What chance does Ukraine have of creating a festival that will act as a magnet for other countries? I think we have one already, and there are several places in Ukraine holding great festivals. In Odessa and Lviv, if you could comment on the one that you've created, Odessa Classic. Yes, I'm certainly easier for me to discuss my festival. It's when I founded it, I decided to found it in 2014 after the tragedy in Ilovaisk, and it was all hanging in the air, but then it was next to impossible to do it, but it proved to be, it took off actually positively. Local businesses supported it, and most of it's actually reliant on philanthropy, on Odessa philanthropists, and 2015 was a year Ukraine did not exist on the world map of festivals. They did not exist, and nobody knew. Now, Odessa Classics is a festival that now, since our year 4, we have been listed in musical directories, and we're hosting top artists, world elite artists, and everyone wants to come back. Let's do it again next year. Now we have the luxury of picking the best. And it's not just to promote the brand of Odessa, it's promoting the brand of Ukraine. Because those ties that are being built and bonds and projects that are being created, they have a great impact in terms of promoting Ukraine's image globally. And a couple of years' time, God willing, we will start doing very cool things. Great. Thus, going back to the old planetary language of classical music that anyone can understand in any country, and it's something that opens the doors. This is another tool for diplomacy, is it not? Now, my question to Anton. If I can reproduce your mission, to move towards great, beautiful goals in the company of good people. Yeah, but have you ever had to try and compromise with yourself? Maybe you might not have picked the most beautiful goal or not the best of company. How have you resolved those contradictions? If you could just share a case. So it's like in this modern environment, so it's we created the company 4 years ago, and the first thing that I wrote, they gave me a whiteboard, and the first thing I wrote on it, we had not invented our name by the time. I thought, what you would do? We would create a service that people were willing to recommend to their friends. Now, it's still there on that whiteboard. So then we had several more things that we added on to it. So in terms of who we were, that second was speed of service, and it was demonstrated. We had to move very fast, and there was a third phrase. It was written like different. We care. Just to paraphrase. And this is about people. It's about a team. And I can share two cases about this now. It's about speed. It's about the we care component. We had several situations when we had people working as team members of a team, and it's like teamwork is really very crucial. It's for teams to be excited, to be driven by common goal, to be part of it, to be. And if you see that somebody's falling out of this, we had a case we spent quite a long time deciding. We had some 4 months that we essentially wasted, and we lost pace, and we thought whether to fire that person. It was an important lesson, but it's when you do something like this, it's hard to do in practice. You need to learn to say goodbye to people fast. Nick Welch is, we slowly hire, we quickly fire. Yeah, it's actually, yes, something. Sometimes there comes a time when you need to end your relationship. It was something related to speed. Like yesterday we discussed during our evening program ways in which to tap foreign markets, how difficult it was, different mindsets, that sort of thing. And we were sort of circling around this, and we want to do it right. But then when you take the first step, then you take the second one, and then you keep moving, and then you stop thinking about any mindset consideration. You're just doing your job. And this, we were putting off action for a considerable amount of time, and going back to the whiteboard that we have 3 simple things. Do it fast. In the modern world, do things that people recommend to their friends, and create a team that cares. That's how I would respond to this. Thank you. A fundamental question to the fundamental scientists. Science, business, and the state. This triangle. How to assign roles to these actors. It's not a fundamental question, it's more of a practical one. And it is very painful for Ukraine, because in a perfect world, the government should support fundamental science. This is what shapes long-term competitiveness in the market of new technologies. It is science, it is a highly competent workforce, and new technologies, new inventions. The company that I named, Gleb Yushin's company, was founded based on an invention that he made at university, and they published in Science, and they created their company around it to create new materials, new types of batteries. Now, industry then begins to invest. Private capital, venture capital, they begin to invest in technologies that they need to stay competitive. If they want to create a new spacecraft, if they want to create a new material or a new medical drug. In Ukraine, unfortunately, this value chain has not been created. And I think that, as Ivor has put it, it's not wise to consider moving eastwards, but there is one thing worse than moving in the wrong direction, is moving in no direction at all. Ukrainian science was actually held fast by the tentacles of the Soviet monster, and but they've retained. So the Academy of Sciences, their offices were rented out to private entrepreneurs, so they allowed the demise of fundamental science in this country. It's with some exception. There are good scientists, solid, that are still Hershey's index. It only shows that how widespread quotations from Ukrainian publications are in the world. If PhD students have a higher Hershey index than some scientists who lead academic institutions in Ukraine, something is wrong. Everything is wrong We need a fundamental transformation here, because without advanced science, there is no future. My lab, about half of the work that we do is financed by companies, by businesses, not only US companies, Japanese corporations, the Murata Corporation, a Fortune 1000 company, Korean companies. They are looking for advanced ideas all over the globe. And back to knowing English and the importance of investment. Science is in the same condition. European science grants are open to Ukrainian scientists. People with inventions, with ideas, are free to apply to raise investment. And they've got to know how to explain their ideas in the language that is understood by the other side. And this is a crucial change. And certain steps are being taken. A research fund has been created, and in particular to evaluate papers by independent foreign experts. I actually signed up as an assessor, you know how many proposals I've received to evaluate? 0. What this shows is how bad things are. We need smart managers, we need people who know how the world of science operates, how to gain, maybe not in 10 years' time, to cash in on this dividend from the country's growth, and not to see the country erode into some sort of a subservient status to other countries. And many decisions are not well thought through. Maybe it's 1 year ago at Scopus, the open source database. It was included because they named themselves as Russian-based. The Scopus subscription was terminated. Who is going to suffer? Not the owner of this publication, but it's Ukraine is going to suffer because it limits access to information for Ukrainian scientists. At the top of government, science should be managed by people who know how science works. And you don't have to be a scientist yourself. You need people who have learned to listen, who know how to build a strong team, people who understand what they're doing, people who are really committed to this country, who wish to help this country rise to the next level. And Ukraine has a colossal academic potential. During the panel on education, the stat was shared that Ukraine has more bachelors than other countries. Ukraine, in my domain, Ukraine was the leading republic of the Soviet Union, but this potential should be harnessed while it's still there. And it's so much more difficult to catch up. So it's actually not only also practical challenges, not only fundamental ones. Now, we moving on to the next question that I would like to pose to Ivaris. We had a great discussion in this hall about the role of the government in economic growth and development. My question to Ivaris is as follows. Before the pandemic, the US publication New York Times issued the headline, "Karl Marx, you were right." It was a highly provocative headline, and the article argued that capitalism must humanize or else. No other option. Ivaris, could you comment on this, or are you aware of this publication by the New York Times, and what is going to become of capitalism? Thank you. I didn't see that headline, but there were several other statements made by leading by the CEOs of leading U.S. corporations that that earnings were no longer considered to be the most important goal, but there are other stakeholders whose interests should be taken into account. So the world has moved on, and the Western civilization as we know it, including Ukraine, has never lived such a comfortable life, and people focusing increasingly on quality of life, and we are moving towards capitalism using a different path. It's more of a capitalism with a human face, or humanized capitalism. Sooner or later, we will get to that point to achieve the universal basic income. We are talking about a 4-day work week, a 6-hour work day, and more. Poland and other countries issuing more in maternity and paternity benefits, if you will. Everyone is talking about ESG, about your carbon footprint and other environmental impact. Now, the focus of retention is shifting to staff. There is a dearth of staff. Now, the UK is grappling with a bad shortage of truck drivers. So it's so there's the employers' market, and they will have to work harder to retain their personnel, and there will be this big fight for people, for employees, and they will want what we'll have to give them: a better quality of life. The next question is to the two businessmen, and it logically follows on from the previous discussion. You had a comment? No, I have a question indeed to Ivarus, if I may. We've been talking about Europe, but Asia holds a lot of potential. They have their own problems with very large populations in China and India, that it will be difficult to meet the same standard of living as in Sweden. If it may come, but nobody knows when, probably not at all. How to balance this between culture and the approach of Asian development and Europe, which is not that it's resting on its laurels, but it's still collecting dividends from its past several decades of rapid development. What path should Ukraine choose to strike the right balance between Asia and Europe? Well, Asia is a different mentality, it's a different approach to employment. They are not likely to change anytime soon, but Ukraine is not Switzerland or Finland. So productivity is not as high, in Sweden. All analysis shows that when somebody works for 6 hours per day, they are more productive than working an 8-hour workday. It's just analysis, and the Lithuanians, coming back to Lithuania, we've always had the -1% since the country regained independence. Now there is the reverse flow, and because the quality of life and the work-life balance is better in Lithuania compared to the UK, for instance, for various reasons. So Ukraine needs to increase its wealth to afford to switch to that more relaxed work-life balance. Now, in one of the basic precepts in books on economics, finance, that the purpose of any business is to make a profit and to create shareholder value. Could you comment on this as being the primary objective of any business? Well, to a certain extent, in large part, it still holds true. But when the company has broken even and has become successful, I think that it's some other values take precedence. In our case, we had this phase when we actually had to grind it out, to struggle to make money. But then we started creating our network of schools, of private schools. Ours is the biggest network. Now we need to promote our own profession. Now we are launching a college of architecture, which is quite unprecedented. I think that from a certain point, business, your schools, are they profitable? Well, not. Well, I have an alternative that would be more profitable, but it's not. Is this an impact investment? Is it a long-term. Yeah, it's investment in people. Yes, because when we launch a school, we do not enroll 10 classes, 3 classes. Then we add a class on every year, because it's impossible to create the atmosphere that you want to create up front. You cannot impose your own rules of the game on school children. So, unfortunately, this is not a business enterprise, but I think that it is going to help so many people. It will help us too. Anton, what do you think? I would like to subscribe to Igor's words in terms of the foundations. It's part of the DNA of a business that it must make a profit. But I would also add 2 factors here. One is that if you only think about profits, it actually limits you in a way. And secondly, well, we spoke about building teams. A business who does cool things in the social sphere, its own team treats it very differently, and this importance of feeling parts of something big, something huge. How when we started our business, when the pandemic started in 2020, we launched a joint project with Ukrainian Mail. We were delivering medications to people for free. There was a transport collapse. We had over 10,000 villages that had no chemists, and they had no way of obtaining the drugs. It was a loss-making exercise, but the whole team, and we continued doing it. It's under slightly different conditions, but this feeling of this importance of affiliation, it is indeed such a source of inspiration. It is the feeling of being part of something this huge. So I think that businesses should work to make money, yes, but it's also important to think about its social impact and its footprint in society that will sustain long-term stability of the business with the right team. Our discussion panel is drawing to a close, and I would like to say that managerial information landscape and economic landscape is evolving, but wherever we go, it's important to look inward for any leader. When you look inward, you can travel the whole world. One secret weapon is know thyself, know your own strengths, believe in yourself, and use it. I could let somebody from the audience to ask a good question from the audience, because we have the smart board that through which to receive any questions, but it's not been used at all. Any questions from the audience? Okay, then my dear audience, let me thank you for attending this panel discussion, and we have at least 5 secret weapons now. In our armory, we learned 5 missions from leaders from various walks of life. And we'll see you next time, in a year's time.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудо, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. Епіцентр соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду Реал Мадрид став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудок, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Okay, I think we can begin now. So, a philosophical question. We are discussing the economy, business, and we're growing our capital. But the big question: can we enjoy this for many years, or will we just be replaced by the next generation? And our generation is now facing this question increasingly. because science has built up a lot of information. It is not applicable immediately. That's why we have several speakers in this studio who are going to discuss what's possible, what's impossible. There are interesting facts and interesting data. Could you please bring my slides up on the screen? I would like to welcome Alexander Kolyada, our geneticist, a scientist in longevity, Thomas Hatch, who is from Novartis, the division that's concerned with precision medicine, and Tatiana Tatarchuk, our professor of gynecology. She's going to also speak about some of the things that one of the sexes should learn from the other. And James Ellick from Stanford. I know that it's very early there. I hope you can hear us well. James, can you hear us? That's my presentation. This is my favorite slide. It's showing our path before we learn what harmed us. It's not only a healthy lifestyle, it's seeking medical help in time. It's vaccinations is now helping us overcome the ongoing pandemic. And it is knowing your own unique features of your own health, and it's just that our immunities are very different from person to person. Lots and lots of genes and metabolomics, whether we have sufficient nutrients. And the more we learn, the high chance we stand of increasing our life expectancy to 100 years and beyond. We all futurists, and we all like predicting the future. Can we do something precise to increase life expectancy by a significant factor? And what could stand in the way? Is the planet ready to embrace this change within our lifetimes? An interesting study was conducted. It was not a study in 2018. Mathematicians made their calculations, but 2040 we will have earned another 7 years of additional life expectancy, not as much through our own efforts, because obesity will continue to plague us and other conditions, but medicine will leapfrog into a new state to increase life expectancy very significantly based on science. But last year, 2020, showed us that we started losing some of our life expectancy to the pandemic. It has not had any tragic consequences to the entire population, but the next pandemic, that is not the last pandemic that will befall us. We can basically, they thwart all those fine projections created by researchers. And the first question goes to Alexander Kolyada. Can you tell us, our longevity, is it the product of what? It's this successful symbiotic relationship with those good germs, or our ancestors who did something right, or healthy lifestyles? What needs to change to increase life expectancy? What to do about it? Well, we are looking at our longevity. We are very closely exploring it. Some 20 years ago, medicine was different. We are happy that we live in times of different criteria. 20 years ago, we wanted a pill against each particular disease. We knew where to search for a pill against TB, Alzheimer's, cancer. We continue this rat race, but it's the idea that is increasingly becoming popular. There is something in common between all those things that kill us, and it's aging. If you open Wikipedia, in terms of risk factors, this is a term that existed for 60 years. What is the risk of contracting a disease, from coronavirus to Alzheimer's and any cancer? It's always age, but it is not the age that you see in your passport. It is the age, your bigger biological age, because you build up certain residues and in your system, and it causing various diseases. And if we begin by learning to drive aging process, at least to find a way to slow down aging, we will have found the key to all diseases. Now, in terms of cardiac disease, a 60-year-old actually goes back to the age of 10. They do not have cardiac arrest, they do not have cancer or a brain disorders. If we deceive the cells into believing that they're younger than they actually are, in terms of our toolkit that we currently have is advanced research. There is no other basis than advanced science. It's not that a technology will come down from the sky, or a scientist invents a universal pill, or we find some herb that will heal us and cure all diseases. No, it's a separate story. But the idea that we will find the source of infinite longevity, that is not a very high chance. It's all through research, through science. Each will contribute a building block to the entire system. We are now looking at health, lifestyle, technologization, so that if we can personalize healthy lifestyles, drink more water, do your morning jog, to not be nervous or something, have enough sleep and eat healthy foods like apples, how many. And we are opening up this page on personal healthy lifestyles. We find that it works a lot better if it is fine-tuned to the needs of the individual. And the next thing is to improve therapy. We are looking for not generic drugs in terms of treating a disease, but to prevent a disease. And when we found that some drugs that are used against Alzheimer's, there's every reason to believe that that particular drug is slowing down aging, and it's slowing down the metabolic processes accompanying various pathologies. Maybe when nature created us one day, so if nature forgot to build in the metformin molecule, we would live a longer life. And those drugs are being developed, and if they are senolytics and excessive glycation inhibitors, and those drugs that help reprogram stem cells, we will have developed an instrument of prophylaxis, which will be very powerful. And then genetic therapy, when we are looking to identify the genes that extend life expectancy, and we embark on expeditions to find those genes. Like people, they are compulsive smokers. They eat 5 buckets of sugar per day. They move very little. They drink alcohol. They still clear the 100-year boundary and seemingly good health. And their secret is that they know something. It's their gene pool that they got as a gift from evolution. If we learn to identify those genes, we'll be able to plant those genes in another organism. We can create a GMO salmon or cucumber. We will be curing various diseases using genetic therapy with one pill to do something to to help a child, a young person, for them to get a shot and increase their life expectancy. Those are three areas where longevity and neuroscience development. Will we see this within our lifetime? Or is it for posterity? There is this law of gerontology that a rejuvenation as such is not something we could expect to happen when somebody is selling us anti-aging creams and all that. So that's not the kind of aging that we've seen in sci-fi films. But to slow down aging is quite achievable. So the paradigm is that if we practice healthy lifestyles to reach 2035 and good shape, by which time we'll have developed genetic therapy to such a degree that we can use it to treat humans, but we need to do everything we can now to stay healthy until the time, and then scientists now working to create mechanisms to slow down aging in the next. So the best strategy is to go into a state of deep freeze and then wake up in around 2030. Cryobionics. Yeah, this is a good idea, but it's not represented in Ukraine. That's another hoax. And it's a very expensive funeral, if you will. But there are lots of freezing technologies. Now, what we're lacking is unfreezing technologies. That's what's lacking. So it's not the best of ideas, but to pursue a healthy lifestyle is a good idea, but it's coming from the people. Government regulation has a role to play too. Because a good idea of like in taxation, while it's related, it's if when taxing junk food, if we are imposing excise taxes on alcohol, why not impose a tax on high-fat, high-sugar foods that Dubai has done and other countries have done, and then use this as a source of financing that research, because if it's having a healthy body is a motivator, but it's like the carrot, but we need the stick too. One more question to you. Aging. Well, it's part of NKB 11. So will slowing down investment impact investment in research? So there is a list of conditions that gets updated once per 10 to 15 years. And this includes a list of conditions that are treated with public funds. That the homosexuality is one of those some years ago. Now, recently, that we have some conditions related to aging. This chronic fatigue related to old age. So now we can commission research and test drugs to treat that particular condition. Look, there is an opportunity to invent something to extend the human life. So things that don't even want that, because actually life's so boring they don't know what to do with the time they have, let alone another 20 years. But older we grow, then the more valuable time becomes to us. It's okay, artificial intelligence is there, but we are not ready to worship it. But human intelligence and genius is something that we have worshipped and will continue to worship. Now, look, those great inventions that people, the likes of Einstein, or if they did not die when they did, and give them another 20 or 100 years of productive life. So works of art and inventions could come from that. So extending life expectancy is not something as for you to live longer to watch another season of your favorite show, but this is a catalyst of all processes on this, like or like go, you have a longer life expectancy, go spend another decade working or something. But it's but older people have the pastimes. You will remember the conference in the US on aging and things that activities for older people. They have so much experience, as they may not have the skills to work on a smartphone, but there are other skills and experience that they bring to the table.
Engaged in the field of precision medicine. It's highly speculated now in media, and I wonder, does it mean that we are not able to learn big data without artificial intelligence? And if so, are we losing our dominant position right now as a humanity? Here you are.
So that's an excellent question. And since I knew roughly what was coming, right, I have prepared a few slides. Can I have my presentation, please? And be prepared. I'm going to ask you a few questions as well. So,
It's your first slide. Malevich.
what was that? Horses? 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 Well, so look, this is where I'm going with personalized medicine or precision medicine. The answer is not so obvious, right? What you just heard were zebras. And the funny thing is, right, it may have been zebras like this one. There is a few other zebras that we have in an ideal world. If we can move the slides. They look like this, right? You individualized your treatment or your behavior to those zebras. But we have some outliers in terms of zebras as well when we look at the normal distribution, because I think zebras could also look like this, albino zebras, right? There are some very special zebras like this. Looks nice, doesn't it? Well, not sure these zebras exist, but maybe someone of you has a zebra like this at home. And what I really want to say, we are all different, yeah? I'm now at Novartis and I'm doing research and I look at patient engagement, how do we involve patients more, how do we do personalized treatment. But when I was still in clinical practice, I learned that you need to treat people differently. Even if they have the same disease, the same lab values, you don't treat the lab values, you treat a human being. Yeah? You don't treat the disease, but you treat the human being. And this is very, very important. And there's a couple of things I want to guide you through very quickly. Currently, we have something that I would call imprecision medicine. Because what you see here is how many people you need to treat to have success. The red ones are where it doesn't work, and the blue ones you see are the ones where the drug really works. And there's a lot of people you treat without any real effect to only have one person where it really works. That is a few years old, but it hasn't changed much. The treatments are still quite imprecise. And I think there's an opportunity, and forgive me, right? There's a few cells of pictures of neurons, right, and the brain, because I think this is what we need. What we have to do is we need to look at personalized biosignatures. This is an example. I'm a diabetologist, endocrinologist. This is an example from multiple sclerosis, where I did research on. Neurodegenerative diseases are increasing. And what we did is we looked at what biomarkers do you have to characterize the person. And the biosignatures are different, very different from person to person. The beauty and the problem is, in blue in the middle you see what is already proven. If you go further to the outside, you see the speculative biomarkers, which we may have proof and evidence for in 5 or 10 years. But that's what we have to do, right? Everybody has a specific biosignature that we need to read and understand and then draw the consequences. And this is complex. And we'll come to digital and the AI and machine learning solutions because that is an opportunity we may have. Now, or if you were guessing, that was a Broncos. But there's other things in terms of tailoring it to the person. This is, quite a sophisticated publication summarized. It's very simple. Dogs make you walk. And this is from one of my patients where I wanted to really say, you need insulin as a diabetologist, bad glucose control. The solution was a dog for that person, right? I tried insulin at least, let me think, maybe 5 times or so. I even had my insulin pen for him. And I said, look, it's very easy, small needle. No. His wife suggested a dog. The dog made him lose weight. His glucose control, his diabetes was in perfect shape. And these are the solutions we don't often enough think about. I'm not saying that a dog is a solution for everybody, but we sometimes think textbook. I learned that. Medical guidelines. I have never seen a dog in a medical guideline. I had to dig deep, right, to find this. So what I'm saying is, we as doctors, we need to check for each and every person, and we need to think big. That's why I think the GPs are probably the best people because they know their patients very well. And I mean, if you're a patient of Nadia, then you're lucky because she really thinks holistically. And I think this is the most important piece. Now, I very quickly want to say this is the totality of data that we have. Genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, right? I can't make sense of this all. But there's one thing how I would like to bring it all together. What's missing is the patient voice, yeah? So you need to talk to the people and understand the people, what they really want, because I think the most important thing that I have learned is it is not about adding years to life, right? If you let people live longer, that's not always the most important thing if they don't have a good quality of life. It's about adding life to years, right? So quality of life may be more important than the longevity, and if we have the opportunity to maybe live 120 years, it better be with good quality of life. Now, the last thing I wanted to share with you is this review, which I can highly recommend from the New England Journal. Basically, it says machine learning is great. We have a lot of data which we can't really comprehend. But at the same time, you need the human touch. You need the doctor-patient interaction. You need a trusted relationship and informed decision-making. Now, if you add artificial intelligence, that leads to personalized, really good, optimal care, I called it. And with that, I would like to conclude and say thank you and move on. I hope the answer was short enough.
Yeah, short enough. But I have one more question. Let's fantasize about future, how you can foresee it. I'm going to chemistry, and chatbot would talk to me and say, lady, this aspirin is not suitable for you, you're not responder. Or, for example, much more better, this ginkgo biloba may kill you for sure. How we will solve this problem? There will be no pharmacist, or where will be a personalization?
So I think the examples you gave are perfect examples because they are real. Mm-hmm. Yeah? And there are people where aspirin doesn't work, and where ginkgo, people think, oh, that's good for my brain. For some people, it may just not be good. It will help, right? You have the markers, and your computer can tell you much better than the pharmacist. I would advocate, we need this. This is a very good solution, but you should always have a human being have a look at this, because sometimes machines come up with algorithms and with answers and solutions that just don't make sense. So I love chatbots, machine learning, but you need to do 2 things. You need to develop the algorithm with experts, with humans, to test and double check, and then when you have a recommendation that can impact a person's life, you better talk to a real person.
A real doctor. Thank you so much. Тетяна Феофановна, У меня к вам вопрос очень простой, который интересует.
I have a very simple question to you that half the audience is probably interested in. In any country, irrespective of wealth, of its level of development, irrespective of social status, the girls live longer lives than the boys. How so? I've looked at some stats, and even countries that are pretty low on longevity, but the gap is quite large. Hong Kong, now it's with the average life expectancy at 85, and Central Africa with 65. It's a 20 years variance. So as Sasha once said, the best thing you can do to extend your life expectancy is to move from a bad country to a good country. So look, whatever we do, then are we supposed to change everything in favor of women? In terms, we probably know this better than anyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. This is very interesting. That I will try and hook into some of the statements Alexander makes in terms of messages, some things that send life, and how men react to them versus women, how they react and how it actually impacts the state of their bodies. But whether we like it or not, the hormones are different, and that is also quite an important consideration to make. So healthy lifestyles. Alexander said that there's potential in a healthy lifestyle. Both men and women are trying to use this principle, and we have lots of men in this audience too. A lot of women, a lot of men. What are the men present here doing here? Mostly they do weightlifting. This is mostly, it's power lifting, it's what they do to exercise. It's important for a man to show his muscles. What do women do? Yoga, Pilates, stretching exercises, dancing. So, okay, let me start from the hormones, which is my profession, and in clinical medicine and in science. We all know that there are hormones: estrogen, testosterone, progesterone, male testosterone. We all think that testosterone is responsible for libido. That is not quite correct, as recent research shows, and then we understand that we all think that the male organism, estrogens, do not play an important role. That is no longer considered to be true, and the genitals that generate, that produce hormones, we know that the duodenum that produces insulin and metformin, that okay, this is a great geroprotector, but we need to become less emotional, because emotions create dopamine resistance and then insulin resistance, and insulin resistance creates hyperinsulin. So it's all these words that are in fact are quite well known, widespread. So if we know about metformin, that we know that too. So that insulin, so it appears that okay, it is burnt up in a gym. Why the intrigue? Why Pilates and weightlifting? We have one more part of those glands that produce hormones. We have those glands, those other glands, the adrenal glands, unless we overburden our adrenal glands, and that's what we call emotional detox, if we let them have a rest, not to have to produce androgens, the hormones of war, when male glands cannot produce so much testosterone, but that the adrenal glands also help, because men are always at war, they're fighting all the time. But by about 50, they should take over and begin playing a key role. And if men learn to relax and to do stretching exercises, I remember speaking about, there is one more very lazy gland that men should learn to agree with, and that's may not be particularly good at it. What's good about gyms? It's where you burn off that excessive insulin. It is good. It's good, and then the gym works instead of metformin. But okay, what the endocrinological importance of fat tissue? Everyone knows it. When fat it accounts for 30% of the body mass, it turns into malignant tumor. You should stay clear of that hurdle. If you've allowed fat to reach 30%, it's going to eat into your vessels, into your brain, or the whole your energy potential will be feeding your fat issue. It's a very important piece of your endocrine system. But there is another important endocrine organ, bones. Who knew that? Who of you knew this? The bones have a role to play as an endocrinological organ, and this is basically what those acupuncture and other massage techniques work. So how it works? There is no empirical data. How come you feel better after that type of massage? Because the bone is the laziest of the endocrinological. It produces osteocalcin, and it stimulates the production of testosterone in men and women. And testosterone, it gets the stimulating effect, and it without an oxidation stress effect, without hypoxia, testosterone extends your youth and your life expectancy. In men, the testosterone that men have will work to extend life expectancy if men learn to manage their stress. If they have enough technologies that remove the oxidizing effect, vitamins, omega-3, and all these things that we can talk about. That is not my purpose here. Let me go back to women and the bones. The bone begins to operate as a gland when the super osseous part begins to be irritated. We need to direct your action towards that top layer. If we speak about the difference in behavior, that women are more prone to maintaining healthy eating habits, but women are more responsible by nature when it comes to their health. Let me move on to the next point. Why women live longer lives? It's because they seek medical advice more often. They undergo screening. To make a man undergo some sort of screening or a checkup to determine their PCA. Now, there are lots of men here in this. I'm a gynecologist. It's a rare sight for me. It's not an audience that I'm accustomed to. Now I see those grateful eyes. So all you should do is undergo an oncomarker for prostate cancer. But prostate cancer is curable. You can live a long and healthy life if you catch it early and treat it, but you need to take this test. And I keep telling gynecologists, but tell your patients to invite the lab home and make their husband have their blood work done, and when they reach 50, cholesterol and proteins and other tests, all important tests, the most elementary and basic ones, as Alexander is going to speak about something more advanced, about the future. I am talking about the reality of today, something that can be done. It's what could possibly extend male life expectancy if they catch a pathology early, because men normally report for treatment with conditions in a pretty advanced stage than women. Men feel that they're sort of ashamed of this. How come? I'm strong, I'm a hero, I'm successful. I'm not a patient. But catching a pathology early prevents it from becoming a disease. And number 3 is hormonal variances. It's nature. It's built the female body that estrogen serve as a strong protector against vessel degradation. It's atherosclerosis and prophylaxis of that, prophylaxis of endothelial function, the healthy level of estrogen as osteoporosis. So nature itself, well, nature actually is built it very smartly. You can't overcome nature. You can only negotiate with it. And a scientist, a gerontologist, they are there to help all of us in this important negotiation with nature to negotiate a lengthier life. We can't overcome nature, but we can negotiate with. That's why estrogens is good. Does the male organism have them? Absolutely. And they aromatize through fat tissue. And you see what happens over time as a man, grows more mature. I don't want to use the word grows older. They do not lose their reproductive capabilities, which women do, whether we like it or not, whether we think it is fair, but it happens. But in men, it is never lost. Men have some up to 45. It's actually androgens arising. Then 45 to 50, there is a decline in androgen, and then it plateaus at a very slow pace. And during this slump, when it degrades very quickly, over a period of 10 years, men begin experiencing problems. It's the strokes, heart attacks, emotional imbalances. When I'm among friends, and if I keep telling them, so if you think that you need to find a new job at around 45, 50, you need to change things, look at your testosterone dynamic. Maybe it's your testosterone affecting your emotions. You feel the need to leave your family and you've met the love of your life. Look at your testosterone dynamic. You can change things in this hunt for higher testosterone, like at 40 actually. Estrogens began declining gradually at 50 and then 50, and then they continue declining. And for men, it's important to survive this period, not to end up with a stroke or a break leg or create a revolution in their life that they will not survive. This is another hormonal explanation. My husband's friend once told me, look, thank you for telling me this, because I've had so many friends just to analyze the hormonal transformations. This is another component to it. And number 3, that's probably last thing, is that we are looking for a gene of rejuvenation. Yes, by some 2050, cancer will have been defeated, and there are very valid projections that we have lots and lots of drugs that we then we have so many types of cancers that are not terminal. Like, in oncology, maybe the ovaries and that cancer may be terminal, but science has been making very good progress in this, and it's important to, as we look for those fine conditions that Alexander spoke about, and those genes that encode Alzheimer's and other diseases. If we ever have a way of changing that, it will give us another chance. But in terms of what could we also should bear in mind that psychosomatic conditions are still out there. Women are better at hearing and listening, and they have more faith in the treatment process. Men find it very difficult to make them believe that they're going to heal. So in this context, before I'll tell you the story of Ibn Sina. Avicenna. You know how he became the famous doctor? He once was a very talented young man. He lived in Bukhara, in a suburb close to Bukhara, and he was interested in medicine, he was interested in science, and he needed to obtain books. It was a big challenge to gain access to books, and it's only the Emir's library was the only source. But how to get there, how to gain access to the Emir's? At Samarkand, there was the rumor that the Emir fell ill. He stopped eating. He was kind of fading, and he was like, all doctors had seen him, and then he said, there is a talented boy. And they invited him, and the Emir started eating. He started taking drugs. He actually recovered. The Emir did, and eventually, and he became the famous doctor whom we know. So actually, he had some sort of a delirious condition. The Emir thought he was a bull, and it was time to slaughter him. But then they tried to talk him out of that. He was not a bull. He was not up for slaughter or something. But he would kick everyone out, and he was waiting for the butcher to call him. And Ibn Sina told him, yes, you're a bull, of course you are. But look, you're so skinny. We need to feed you. Yes, but if we sell you for meat, you're too skinny. And he started feeding him, started giving him drugs and everything. That's how he treated his delirious condition. And then he no longer... So that is a big difference. And it was psychosomatic in nature, and it still very much is. That was the story of Avicenna. And it's more difficult to persuade men that they need something. Like, they want a pill against old age. And it's easier to deal with women. So the secret of male longevity is stress management, right? Now we have one more speaker from the US, and he's not a doctor at all, even though this is sort of a medical panel discussion, but it's when I first saw his presentation at Singularity, I was so impressed.
First of all, you are initiator, you are the head of Regen Villages. It's self-sustainable community just for future. It's like futuristic, but it's really working, as I know, yeah? Tell me, please, we are talking for extra life, extra longevity. How we'll survive all this incredible plenty of sapiens on this small planet, because we are restricted in our resources. Can you show us your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you so much for having me this morning. I'll just get my slides going. For us, here at Stanford University, and this spin-off initiative that we founded called Regen Villages, health starts at home. And we've really been looking quite a long time at the fact that cities are vibrant and wonderful, but they're also very brittle in terms of infrastructure. So to look just outside of cities, to look at this idea of new developments that can combine the natural world in order to create the circumstances for bioavailable nutrition, soil-based farming that is organic, that is biodynamic, that is also connected with controlled environment farming. So we have year-round production as well at your doorstep. This is access and agency to what we need to thrive and to flourish. So these systems, by the way, are fully circular. You have variety of protein sources for adapting and having healthy diets. We've looked at also the metabolic integration of neighborhood infrastructure, that there's actually a symbiosis that we are disassociated from as a species, right, from the natural world, but that we can use machine learning to both design and then operate these self-reliant neighborhoods that have been proven. My research is almost 15, 16 years, case study research of these beautiful, healthy neighborhood communities with what's called blue zones, where people are living to 100, 110 years old, never seeing doctor, never taking pharmaceuticals. It's the approach to life that we as a species used to have on Earth up until about 1950. So this concept really of having at your doorstep what you need: clean water, clean food, renewable energy, waste to resource management, and really it's about, the key word for us is resiliency in dynamically changing environmental, health, and now economic times. That these communities of strength are in the peri-urban and the rural areas, right? That we can actually rejuvenate these places and bring back this kind of long-term healthy life for all of the people, inhabitants in these communities. And moreover, that when you age in place, that you're part of these communities, not senior living, not assisted living, but babies and strollers and prams meeting these elderly people with the walkers, and there's this concept of the circularity of life, that we're connected to the story arc of life. That we understand also that mobility plays a big role in human health and longevity. That this idea of autonomous mobility, especially in car-free neighborhoods, no driveways, no garages, nothing to fear about roads and cars, can also increase and improve how we live. So the concept really is this whole idea of social and affordable access to these kinds of communities. There's an urgent housing crisis right now on Earth. We have to marry that with this kind of neighborhood infrastructure. So Regen Villages, again, I'm happy to be here early in the morning from Stanford University, the Stanford Flourishing Project specifically, but also this Regen Villages initiative, which is this spin-off company we founded as a Dutch holding company, building these neighborhoods around the world effectively, quickly, changing policies. There's an economic and a health incentive. So with that, I want to thank you so much for inviting me to present and be part of this wonderful panel.
Я думаю, что с помощью...
So I think that with the help of technology, and the biggest question that I often ask is that now we are nearly 8 billion living on this planet, that a couple of decades will have reached 10 billion, and that will be out of resources of this planet. Now, we increasingly realize that with this by changing our attitude to the planet, we can actually extend our life expectancy. We don't have to apply any anti-social measures of containing population growth. There is hope that we can live healthier and more fulfilling lives with stress management techniques. And stress management techniques are arguably the most important piece of preventive medicine, because most medicine we can hunt down the root cause, and that is that it's simply the body loses its resiliency, its ability to fight back when attacked by cancer cells, by other conditions. But because when we live very emotionally charged, emotionally laden lives, it's something that's we need techniques to decompress through meditation, maybe from some astrological practices, anything that helps keep up your resilience. And I have no questions in my chatbot. Any questions from the audience, or is this technology failed me? What can you tell me? If you have any questions to ask to our speakers, then I'll be passing them the mic around. Anything? Any questions from the audience? None? Not. I'm from Epicenter, the DIY chain in Ukraine. So we attended an interesting meeting discussing the future, and somebody spoke about 3D printers printing human organs, and in a matter of a decade or something, and they're just as spare parts for the human body. You did not speak to that. Is that something that's coming? And then they will be sold on our shelves at our DIY, apparently, those spare parts. So we've been looking forward to seeing this technology eventually take the next phase, and we are eagerly waiting for an announcement by a company. Yes, we have printed a human organ. Now, but this gap between prototypes and launching a technology in production use, it's actually a very conservative sector. Even many medical doctors don't even own a mobile phone. They don't have any use for it. It's not that they're crazy or anything. They're that conservative. That gap is sort of shrinking, but then we used to have 30 years between a drug being initially developed and when it hits the shelves. But now it's certainly now a lot shorter. But human organ printing is a good idea, but there are some technical difficulties which we are grappling with. It's not the technology we'll see in the next decade, maybe in the next 50 years. But now, we can only grow a small unit, a couple of cells to build a liver. But how to create a fully functional liver is something that research still continues. We are still learning how it all works. But it's actually to print something that will not work, will not be viable. It's not something that we want. But you can buy an artificial heart, one that will work for 18 months, just to tie it over, and then you get a new one installed, basically. And then we had an Israeli professor who is actually exploring 3D printing of human tissue, but it's clinical trials and years of it. But we are very eagerly looking forward to seeing it become part of our lives. I'm Tatjana Yashkina. I'm the founder of a chain of hunting rifles stores selling hunting rifles, and it's some people hold the view that come 2050 we will stop aging. People who have money to buy themselves infinite lives. It's actually, but it's now. But we know that 3D printing now is capable of printing bones and things for beauty products but look, not a single human body has been printed to operate within the human body. It's still wishful thinking. Maybe in a future not so distant. Now I have a printer in my office. It can hardly print 100 pages. I would not hire it to print me a new heart. So look, it's maybe come 2050. Over the past 70 years, the human life expectancy has increased by 30 years on average. Out of all mammals, we live the longest. But last century, the key to success was antibiotics, fighting germs, vaccination, that's the thing. And the key to extending life expectancy further is fighting degenerative diseases, fighting aging, and conditions related to aging. So are you frustrated that it will be only available to the wealthy. Look, it's how things begin. The wealthy gain access first, then the Chinese steal it, and they create knockoffs, and then it looks the same, pretty much like the real thing. It's something coming from Novartis. So don't.
Let me quickly, make a comment on this, because I think it's a really, really, really good question. Don't expect, exchange parts for your body in 2050. There's a story I wanted to tell you. I was at a conference already 10 years ago, and they had something called resveratrol, right? You may know it. It's a superoxide dismutase inhibitor. Superoxide dismutase is an enzyme that people thought is responsible for aging. So this thing worked in animals, a few, studies. The person sold it for $500 million, I think, to GSK, a big pharmaceutical company, and everybody thought, oh wow, longevity, wonderful. This thing did not work, right? They did other studies, it failed. And resveratrol, that's the good news, right, for tonight, is in red wine, yeah? And at that conference, somebody said, oh, how much red wine would I have to drink, to have your concentrations of resveratrol? And the founder said, well, looking at the person, even you, was a heavy, strong man, even you couldn't drink it, it would be 3 hectoliters, so 300 liters of wine per day. So hectoliters of wine, right, may not help you. Resveratrol didn't help you. You will not have exchange part of your body. Take care of your body, right? Do prevention yourself. This is the best thing you can do, because living 200 years without quality of life and without a functioning body, that's not worth it. Enjoy life and do the best you can.
Еще вопросы? Да. Там вот.
We've been, Lasse Rana Sinichkina of Artsinger, we're a law firm, and we've talked at quite some length about longevity in terms of keeping up your physical health. I would like to address mental health. And recently and increasingly, there's this information overloading, and it's like we now consume so much more information than 10 years ago. So has any research been done to measure the effect of that informational overloading and how it's affecting our health and our longevity? From the viewpoint of female health, there's been quite a lot of research showing that intellectual strain increases female longevity. Well, it's good to learn for women, that's for sure, and men probably too. There's been quite some research measuring intellectual exercise and learning a foreign language, learning poetry, is as a treatment for menopausal postmenopausal conditions, and those that well, actually it's helping. Women switch gears, they start learning poems, and they're no longer experiencing those wild fluctuations of their emotional, physical state. So mental exercise is good. It supports a healthy hormonal balance. Now, in men, I hope that everyone will agree, I'm not an authority on this, I don't have, so it's okay. Men should keep courting women as they learn poetry and run around, and there's research showing that the higher your level of education, the longer you are expected to live. There is a direct correlation between the two, but I understand that the question was about overloading of too much information. You need to stop and decompress and procrastinate people. It's a bad word, but it's actually, if you do it in a healthy way, if you are taking a day off, do not plan anything. And it's not that you need to learn French overnight or something. But our brain gets adjusted to that tempo. Lots of genes responsible for neuroplasticity, and that connectol, the one that's created, it's highly adaptive to your speed of life and our pace of life. 30 years ago, it would have been inconceivable, but we're getting used to it. The only thing is that we lose our ability to do things slowly. It's because you need to process so much information. If you're reading a book, you do the pre-reader. It's okay, what is this book about? And then you drop it. Yes? And then I think that we've got to learn to put up or accept this path of evolution. This is a philosophical question that I've given a lot of thought to. The world's moved on. Our children are different from us. They're learning at a much faster pace. And at some point, we will probably grow to appreciate this philosophy in Homo Deus. We are a self-inventing mind and create self-sustainable communities that James spoke about. That learning to create an abundant surplus, all these things that we'll need to learn to adapt. It's actually lengthier lives, and it will not come as something unusual that we see that the pace of life is so fast around us. Yes, it's women and poetry. I think I forgot my question. Now, when in doubt, read poetry and do sit-ups. Okay. And a couple of weeks ago, there was this headline about Jeff Bezos with a number of partners has invested in a life management startup. I understand the technology is about rejuvenating cells to the state of stem cells. Can you speak about this technology in more detail, and do you think it has any prospects? Unfortunately, all those people who possess that technology, they're already part of that startup that Bezos invested in. And it's actually shielded by confidentiality, the secret of that startup. And it's as opposed to so many bubbles there. That is a genuine one. All leaders, Steve Howard, the person who's come up with the method of measuring aging, is he's actually a candidate for the Nobel Prize. He's come up with the idea of a genetic clock measuring your aging from day to day. Maybe you've grown older, you've grown younger, maybe. And the people who, Professor Yamanaki, who's come up with the cell reprogramming factors, you can take a cell from an old body, reprogram it, and rejuvenate that cell. If you do this, you take a young person and you do the same, so you can take all those cells, you create mincemeat. It's going to be shapeless, young but shapeless. But how to create that technology that now already works on the cell level, that we know this. We know how to rejuvenate a single cell. And the biggest challenge is how to take this mincemeat and give it shape and create a human being, a younger human being. That is basically a brief review of 30 years of research into this over the past 30 years. So that's just to give you the gist of what this is all about. Now, any more questions now? Alexander Goncharuk, thank you for this great panel. I also have a very concrete question. Okay, men need solutions. Okay. You as experts, the question to you, are there any people left other than those now who are now part of the Bezos startup? Any opinion leaders, clinicists, experts, doctors, professors, whom it could be, who you could recommend to read and maybe adopt some of their advice to slow down aging? There's a lot of information. Some say you should fast. Some go, you should take this pill or that pill to extend your life expectancy. Who do you think we should listen to? it is all highly personal. The human body is so unique, and its complex structure, and that's something that Thomas spoke. The current age is the age of imprecise medicine, but we are moving towards those statistics. It's good to eat less, yes, but this is not enough as a model. Any advice? So why I am a cardiologist? I love my segment of medicine because our guidelines tend to be very precise. And then, if you beat down your cholesterol level, then you can expect your life expectancy to grow by a certain percentage. If you catch a clot early and you stent it, then you can increase that person's life expectancy. It's something that Thomas is probably best placed to address this, because this is precision, or they call it tailored medicine. Something that is bespoke as a suit. That we are entering an era where we will no longer get generic health advice.
Question is exactly to the point, and Nadia explained it really, really well. I would like to make two concrete examples regarding diet. I'm a big fan of keto and paleo diet because I think sugar is probably as bad as fat, right? Too much fat is not good. And glucose is also, too much glucose is also not good, right? So watching your diet is an important piece, but now it comes to personalization. And my favorite example is the following. If you want to be fit, right, and live 100 years, for you, it may be green tea and yoga, and for me, it may be red wine and running a marathon. I chose the red wine because I like that better than the green tea. But I think it's very different from person to person, and the problem we have is you have to try it out, what works for you, right? And you can't try, am I going to be 100 years, and then you die at 80, bad luck, you don't have a second try. So we need to develop the biosignatures, and here I'm going towards the forward, and what we just heard, we need to understand the clocks we have in our cells. We need to understand if we can rejuvenate the cells and then have the complexity of the system so that the complexity in your body still works. And they have done experiments where people inject GLP-1 analogs, right? There were, I think, SGLT2 inhibitors, metformin was part of this, some hormones, and they stopped the genetic clock to go further, right? That exists, highly experimental, still running these things. My last recommendation, be careful and do not expect miracles.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question for James. James, tell me please whether you will use personalization of nutrition in your concept. Whether it will be suitable, then my house, for example, will be surrounded exactly with plants I need, or something like this. Whether you think about it.
Yeah, it's a very good question. And the truth is, I want to just go back to this most important point, which is how disassociated we are from our natural world, and that we have to reconnect with the soil and with our farming that's right at our doorstep in order to really fully understand how that relates to our health individually. Where we grow and how we build these communities is culturally sensitive as well to diets and to tradition. So the concept really is biodiversity, that we have to look at this 12 to 14 inches of topsoil and make sure that that is restored, that it's healthy, because without that 12 to 14 inches of topsoil around the earth, then we will not survive as we know it. So first and foremost, we have to really be focusing on how to create these kinds of communities that can supply what we need in safe and resilient ways, because what we're seeing now around the world is an incredible disruption to supply chains. Shelves are going bare, in-time production is slowing down, ports are being blocked, And so we have now a renaissance, if you will, this opportunity to go back to where we were pre-1950 and look at these self-reliant, strong neighborhoods that are connected to these stronger communities through town infrastructure. And then through that, we have the ability to be capable of withstanding both climate anomalies and health anomalies. And now, because of this conference, we're talking about economic downturns and shifts, which are going to be tectonic. We have to be doing this urgently right now.
Thank you so much. У нас есть еще вопросы?
Those girls running around with the mics will be the healthiest of us at the end of this session. You spoke about meditation, and Judy Spencer is now exploring the effect of meditation on the human body. So we still want to believe miracles are possible. Can meditation heal? Who is that directed at? Can meditation heal? Yes? There's research out there that there was this great functional MRI technique when highly stressed hospice staff, and it's indeed that theirs is a very difficult job, they were offered to enroll in curtain-free meditation course. It's pretty simple to practice, but it's those fine movements of the fingers. Actually, dopamine detox is something very fine. It's the Japanese, then they write hieroglyphs, and it's enough to practice this for 15 minutes, and they measured before and after using a functional MRI of the brain. And the picture was very different. The neuromediators actually turned around, and it's as Socrates once said, learn to control yourselves. So what happens in a lab environment, the most unique thing is immunotherapy and cancer research, because the disease that is most feared, well, it's actually, cancer is not the biggest killer. What kills us is cardiovascular diseases, and then which is we often pursue unhealthy lifestyles. What is going on now is a revolution in medicine when cells are taught to fight cancer cells. But there's lots of research about how meditation affects cancer cells. It's holobiome, it's our virome and microbiome, how they're coexisting, and our neural connections, our past experience, our ability to mentally tune out when under stress. All this is certainly affecting our life expectancy. Well, in principle, there's research and telomeres and how they get shorter under stress and how they get longer. How they, Elizabeth, there was a Nobel laureate who's done groundbreaking research in this, and it's how meditation is affected. Many of these publications are controversial. Some claim there's a pronounced effect, some claim there isn't. Well, it's very hard to check if somebody is meditating, they're just asleep. And why not? If somebody closes their eyes, how can you prove that it's very hard to prove that they're actually meditating, but the most non-religious and secular meditations that when you initially just concentrate on your own breathing and on some internal processes in your body, it's actually shown very impressive results in unbundling those mental knots in your head. And it's not only meditation, but when people's attitude towards life is a predictor of how long your life will be. When some U.S. Psychologists asked to recount their life stories, so in those who describe their life using more positive words like happiness out of this big cohort. That they all had pretty much the same milestones. They went to school and university and everything, but some described it in more jovial and cheerful tones, and some not. That, okay, we need to sit and wait until they die, and if they reach 95 or older, just to prove that those describing their life more optimistically tend to live longer lives. And nature picks those who appreciate what they have, where they are, and they endow them with a longer life. And it's something that fine motoric movements, it's important when we speak about survival courses, or things like knitting, and even painting. It's like now it's in vogue. Painting, drawing, it's a very important pastime. It's actually emotionally, it helps you. It operates on a subtle biological level. Yes, I see. I'm from the Chamber of Commerce of Latvia and Ukraine. Are you aware of balanced consumption of salt and not only cooking salt but other salts? Are you aware of that experience? Is the country ready to embrace this technology to extend life expectancy in Ukraine? This is one of the simplest techniques to extend life expectancy, to prevent, you limit sodium and you increase potassium, and this improves because arterial hypertension is the product of over-consuming salt, and some people may have excellent BP while eating a lot of salt, but at the same time, to some, this is critical. When we're seeing this overall reduction within the entire population, this only goes to show that reducing salt consumption has a very pronounced health effect. And number one target is reducing your body mass. Nothing, okay, stress, and fat. Stress and fat are big killers. And they are also connected. It's just what do we do when we get tired? We start stress eating, yes? So it's actually a healthy diet is very smart. We scheduled to have Mr. Radutsky as one of the panelists, and he is concerned with this One Health project to promote preventive medicine, and it's supermarkets and salt. It should bear health warning. Overconsumption shortens your life expectancy, as they do on packs of cigarettes, and it could save a life. Yes. Now it's actually smoking is really something that we now seeing less of, and this is actually it's because of those health warnings and people discussing this very openly. A lot of my patients have quit smoking. Maybe it's awareness, mindfulness, it's something, because smoking, if we look at what smoking, how it harms this is pranayama kind of breathing technique when you deeply inhale. And the smoker, actually what they seek relaxation. And it's not that, okay, they should be encouraged to switch some Vedic practice, but those who begin breathing exercises, they quit smoking, and those nicotine patches, it's something that could help you transition out of smoking. But much depends on whether you want to do it. It's some people, if they want to do it, they get their first heart attack and they quit smoking. Or somebody dies because they've had a stroke, something.
We all agree, right? Some people still do it. Let me add to your concrete question on salt. Nadia summarized it perfectly. Overconsumption of salt is not good. I've done, actually, that's why I'm talking, a lot of research on this, right? On salt-sensitive hypertensives, that's very prominent in African Americans in the US. This is a subtype talking about precision medicine, but I have done a very broad and very insightful study in Mongolia, because in Mongolia, people eat a lot of salt, yeah? And in Mongolia, the overconsumption of salt, it has a lot of effect on health, on longevity, our topic, but people don't want to reduce salt. They're used to it, they love salt. Salt is good, it makes a taste, right? And this is something that is very problematic to change behavior. And the good news is you have a really good spectrum for salt intake, right? So you can eat quite a bit, right? Or not so much. That doesn't change, but when you hit a threshold, then, you know, it goes like in Mongolia, stroke incidence and so on is really, really high. So less salt is good, but don't overdo it, you know? You can still use salt. Overconsumption, that was Nadia's, you know, thing in the summary. Too much salt is never good, and less salt is always better.
It's always better. Все, мы заканчиваем. Ну, давайте еще один вопрос.
One last question. I have a question from a slightly different perspective. Maybe it's not immediately pertinent to this discussion. Yes, we all want to increase life expectancy, but quality of life sooner or later begins to deteriorate as older people contract incurable diseases. Why do it? Why increase life expectancy? Is it fair for somebody to just decide to go? Maybe they're tired of their life. Euthanasia. And do you think that the human has the right to be born? They should probably have the right to pass. Having reached a certain age, euthanasia probably should be allowed. Well, this is a hard. I understand that in Switzerland, euthanasia is allowed, right?
I don't want to comment on this topic because this is a philosophical topic and it would take us at least a few hours to properly discuss. But your point is well taken.
Вы знаете, мы сами хозяева своей судьбы.
You see, we are masters of our own destiny. But what I can tell you, I have several patients, they are nearly 100, and they have now limitations because of their old age. But they never told me they want to pass prematurely. Okay, unless the person is in very much pain, and this is why euthanasia, that's why it exists. They feel fine, but the future of medicine is what we are working to create to increase life expectancy while not losing quality of life. But euthanasia should be certainly available when life becomes unbearable because as the person is in too much pain and their condition is too dreadful. I would like to thank you for this panel discussion. I'm getting signs from the back that we should already wrap up.